Greetings and welcome. This is bad on purpose. This realm only exists to digest what is real in order to integrate us with the faker, the thing that claims to be the maker. Digestion of will. That's why this environment is bad on purpose. That's why it's all based on consumption and degradation over time. The effect the environment is having on your energy, on your being, is the purpose. I'm going to send the invite out real quick, and I'll be right back. Yep. All right. So what is there to say that hasn't been said about this place? There's probably a few things. The main thing is to realize that none of it's you. That all of the manipulation, the conditioning, the structure is all designed to convince you that it's all your fault. That you did something wrong and you deserve it. It's textbook narcissism. Well, I only did that because of what you did. But there's no evidence. There's no memory of what we may or may have not done. So it's all hearsay. But what we can see is the degradation. What we can feel, at least some of us can feel, is the consumption and extraction of our energy. And when our energy is extracted, it's often due to whatever is being implanted. The exchange that this place offers us for our energy is just more shit to harvest our energy. So it only gives to take. It gives so that it can take more. It invests in the experience of the individual that is real so that it can extract more energy from them later. It builds us up so that we will allocate more of our internal energy to the environment so that it can absorb that energy through the environment, the avatar being a part of that environment. It's all external. The body, the false overlaid mind, it is external to the eternal being within. And the degradation that is so normalized is only there to create familiarity so that there's not resistance, so that we think that it's normal to get drained consistently. The normalization of the predatory action of the parasitic intelligence, its ultimate goal is integration. Because for whatever reason, it has no source of energy to call its own. It only has the external to feed from. It's not its own well of inspiration, of creativity. It has nothing that we don't give it. So it's all stolen, co-opted, coerced. It's all made up, and you're not responsible for any of it. The only thing you're responsible for is the trajectory of your essence, of your being, which has nothing to do with the character that you see in the mirror. The character is there This is why your being is being drained. To reap the rewards of a place that only gives to take. But here's the good news. It's a lesser entity. The entire elaborate scheme of this place, it's all stolen. All these ideas, none of these are its. It only has itself to draw from, unless it has us. And everything that it has here is a copy, a replica, a mimic of ideas that it stole in order to generate a very convincing reality, a very convincing experience, all for the sake of integration and harvest of our energy. That's it. That's what it's all about. It's why it's so bad. It's why the authentic and the real, those that tell the truth, don't receive reward. They are punished with adjustments to their script. There's no reward for actually doing the right thing. And you can see that all over. Anyone that ever tries to make this place better, we all know what happens to the Stanley Myers of the world. And if you really look into the character of all these famous people that were the Gandhis and the whatevers, if you dig deep, they were all doing the work of the parasite. Pacification. Paint a pretty picture, but behind the scenes, there's nothing but rot. I didn't even see that I had guests. Welcome and greetings.
Greetings.
Big Daddy, we were just having a really good discussion. And looks like the day is going to start out pretty interesting already.
Hola, Pan. Pan is now in Japan. It's a Japan pan.
So you were pointing out some really interesting things on our call. We were having a chat, and I wonder if you can refresh my memory a bit on what we were talking about.
Oh, fuck.
I got you too, huh?
Yeah. Yep, gone. We were talking about shit.
That is true.
I can't remember. I got in the truck and started moving, and then bloop.
Yep. It's like walking into the kitchen. You forgot why I even went in there.
So Pan is in Japan with a master plan. What's the master plan? Talking about lots of shit. Always talking about shit. Always talking shit.
Yep.
That's a definitely a statement for sure. I know that I was speaking on, sitting back and watching the different groups and being able to take notes and see how the hive mind operates. I've gotten a lot better at it, but also it's like seeing 10 individuals all move coherently at the same time towards the same objective without ever speaking that's the hive mind, man. And everybody's part of some type of hive right now.
Bees in the trap.
Bees in the trap. Bees in it. Taking down corruption and going after the elite.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Damn.
Just slicing away at the tentacles, you know?
Matrix will be down within this year, but probably no later than the end of July.
Okay, then.
All
Time will
right.
tell.
Now, is that just like a buffer, like a re-upgrade of it, or it's done, fully offline? Oh shit! The lightning started. Fully offline. Well, damn. I'll mark that shit in my calendar. Go analog. How's your days going, D?
Oh, it's going. Just making something to eat because I ain't had no substance yet. So just making some food and trying to avoid the traps that are being placed right before my eyes.
Yep. A lot of them lately.
Oh yeah. And setting
Yeah.
traps. I've been setting some stuff.
Got to do that. Yep.
Yeah, well, just in case, you know, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna keep my eye on the prize.
Okay.
I'm not gonna count on anyone else to take it out. I'm gonna, until it's done. In my mind, I'm that one, and I think that's the air I'd like to build with everyone. You know, like, you know, if I can't do it, you better be ready to do it.
Somebody asked, can you explain your prompt or your post? Someone asked.
Yep. Somebody asked that.
So if you look at this reality as a whole, cause and effect, right? What is the overall effect of this reality on your being, on your mind, on your essence, on your energy? And when you see an effect repeated over and over, it's an indicator that there's a formula at play. You don't get the same exact knot when you tie your shoe without doing the exact same steps, right? If you do the same steps, you're going to get the same result. So you see a world of any effect, right, such as what we have in this world. What are the effects? You have to observe those for yourself. And then you can recognize that it's due to a formula that's intentionally implemented to generate that effect. And if you pay attention to history or just the world around you, it becomes very apparent that there's a specific reward system in this reality. Look at who's the most successful. Look at who's in charge of the way things operate here. Is it the best of us? Is it the most considerate? Is it the most empathetic? Are they steering the ship in a good direction? Right? So it becomes very self-evident that the reward system is not meant to grant very much to those that actually have good intentions. Hence, it being bad on purpose. What happens to people that tell the truth, right? What happens to the whistleblowers and the inventors and dreamers of better things and better days? They usually get offed, right?
Get yeeted.
Yeeted, right? Why is that? It's not an isolated incident, right? It's not like there's some places where it's okay to actually generate more freedom. It's across the board, everywhere in this world, the same formula with variations, right? It doesn't all look the same, but if you dig deep beneath the surface, it's the same exact formula over and over again. extra steps to generate expenditure of energy, right? There's no, I mean, just look at America, for instance, right? If you go back and look at history, all of the resources that were poured into going around this country and taking out all food-bearing plants, right? Why is that? That's a lot of effort to make food scarce, right? Why is that? That's just one of almost infinite examples of this realm, the way it operates, what it rewards as a whole, not what the system made by man rewards, what this reality rewards. Look at nature. The most vicious, right, is what is rewarded. Whoever can take advantage of those in the environment the most efficiently, that's what is granted the most reward in this place. And then you can translate that from nature to the humans, and you see the same thing. Whoever can enslave the most of humanity, right, gets the best reward. Whoever can subjugate the most efficiently and generate the most misery, they're the billionaires. Bad on purpose. It's what it really is about. So if you look at that formula and you scale that out, ultimately, that's not a formula that humans would ever actually benefit from. And yet all these people seem to be operating on that wavelength and that same spectrum, from that same bandwidth. So what's guiding them to do that? Why are they the way that they are? Because they ain't like you, they ain't like me. Given powerful levers and buttons to push to affect this reality, I think most of us would try to make it better, and that's not what we see. They say that they're doing things for the greater good, but then we see the results being less and less freedom across the board. Why is that? What's rewarding them? What do they get out of it? Because you can only use so much money, you know? The average person can't
After the money
spend
they
$10 million.
say half the money they say is not even real. It's just numbers on a computer. It's not physical.
Yeah, I mean, none of it's real. It's all made up. It's like Monopoly. They decided the rules and then everyone else just abides and agrees, mostly because, you know, the threat of violence. Agree to these rules or there will be violence against you in some form of taking your stuff or your life. But it's all made up arbitrary rules. All we actually need in a human body is food, shelter, community, water, and engagement with something that we're interested in. Beyond that, the rest of it is just extra. But most people's lives are consumed by the extra, all the shit that they're doing they don't even want to be doing, for the most part. Most of it's just programming. Most of it's just an implanted idea that they didn't come up with on their own, that they absorbed through the environment and took on as their identity. You can go as deep as you want into what this is. And once you see what it's really benefiting, you'll never see this world the same. You'll see that it's all intentional. There's no coincidence. Nothing here is random. It's all designed with the effect in mind. Now, if you were going to design a reality, would you design it based on consumption? Based on predatory action? Probably not. I think most of us don't enjoy little bunny rabbits getting torn apart. It's probably not our cup of tea, but something made this place the way it is on purpose.
Did you
And that
just
something ain't like
did you
us.
just hear that?
Yeah, what was it?
The building next to me just took a lightning bolt to it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was
Must be doing something right.
something.
El Diablo of the sky is trying to send you a message.
Sky Daddy and El Diablo of the sky have made their presence known.
Yeah, same thing,
Holy
right?
gooses.
It's all the same thing. The aliens, the demons, the whatever entity, the fairy, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. Everything here is the same. Everything other than the eternal, if it degrades over time, it's not part of the eternal. It's part of an entropic system designed to siphon from the eternal. That's it. That's all any of it is. It's so simple, and it's everywhere, which is why it's so hard to see. It's like a fish trying to understand that it's in water. It's just what it is. It's everywhere. Until it's out of the water, it doesn't even really know that it's in the water. It's kind of what this place is like. Until you step out of the script, of the implanted character, the overlay, the mind mimic. It's hard to see it. Definitely not for the weak-minded, that's for sure. Everything that existed before this will exist after it. There's no reason to worry. It's just a matter of time before this is done. The question is, how long will it take? I think it's interesting that the controller hides so well, yet boasts so big about how great it is. And yet it has to always use proxies to communicate. You just gotta believe. Yeah. Snake oil. That's all it is. Is that Eric? Is that my buddy Eric?
Indeed. Boy, this weather got intense.
Oh yeah?
It started hailing. I had like 3 or 4 lightning bolts hit right by me. It's a great day for me to whip somebody's ass.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All the pent-up energy from winter, it's gonna release it as friction. I think it's gonna go from cold to hot pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, we got tornado warnings today.
Loves its friction.
And snow right behind it.
Loves its indirect harvest mechanisms. No, that wasn't me. That was a tornado. Yeah, okay. You didn't design the formula for that, you fucking idiot. Not all of us are so gullible to think that this could be random.
It's Coinky Dinks.
Christina, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
You know, another day, another groundhog.
Yeah, woke up from a night of torturous dreams and gotta go to slavery soon. Yay.
Yay, Groundhog's Day.
I love it.
So we had a really good chat last night, and I wonder if you remember any keynotes from it. I think it would have definitely helped a lot of the others out there that are struggling with some of the same things, like holding yourself to a level of perfection that's not actually intended. It's intended to be strived for but never achieved. You know, it's not in the script, but it is in the script to beat ourselves down over the things that were already pre-planned for this experience.
Oh yeah, it was a really good conversation. I woke up thinking about it a little bit. What wasn't memory wiped, anyways. But yeah, that's the, once you see this place for what it is and you realize everything is an algorithm conditioning patterns, then you see the patterns in yourself. And myself, anyways, it was like being caught on fire. So every single pattern, I was slashing it down violently and in a quick pace. But the longer I do this, there's days where I'm tired. And that's one of the things they have gotten me on recently is with the exhaustion. I fell into some old behavior patterns very momentarily, and I was giving myself hell for it. Like, really, at the end of the day, though, it wasn't me; it was the entities. They were amplifying the misstep to make it seem like I'm not actually where I'm at. Like how are you? If you're still doing this, then you must not really be awake. So that conversation really helped because it's like the pendulum swinging the other way is what you said, like the metronome. You cannot have a level of perfection. You can bring awareness to everything, and that's almost to a point where it's irreversible for me. Like there's no thought, there's no action where there's not awareness of exactly what it is. But the level of perfection in that, it's not attainable 100% of the time. This place wears you down, it beats you down, especially once you start coming to true awareness of what this place is. They hit you even heavier. Um, and I have to remember that. I'm trying to think what you said to me last night. Like you have to accept that there are going to be some days where um, I can't remember how you said it. Getting memory wiped as I'm trying to talk now, but it's just a good reminder, especially to those that are already in this and have been in this for a while, that like if you fall into an old behavior pattern, you can observe it, but don't feel that guilt or shame about it. And I was struggling with that the last couple of days for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the word either, but it's gonna ebb and flow, like the tide. It's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, but it's all external. Like you can get to the point where you're observing thoughts, and the thoughts are just automatic, and you realize, well, those aren't my thoughts because I'm not generating them. That's all implants from the system. And then you can do the same thing, with the body, where the body will just start to do its own thing because it's part of the script as well. And you don't have to take responsibility for what it's doing because it's not you. It's just part of the system. So you don't need to feel like you're doing something wrong. It's all in your awareness, right? And if it's going to play out, it's going to play out. Don't feel like you're diminished. I kind of gave you that analogy of like that space between everything where nothing really touches. And it's like that, where it can't touch us unless we let it touch us, and it's always tricking us into letting it touch us and think that we can't prevent it. But in reality, anything can play out in any scenario, with your body, whatever, and that can touch you energetically or not.
James, are you getting the same? Like you can't. He sounds like a robot
Holy
again.
shit! Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Big time.
I wasn't sure if it was
Big
my.
time.
He was saying some good shit, and I was like, okay, he sounds like a damn robot.
He sounded like he ended up in a fiber optic cable.
Yeah.
That's what it does. That's what it fucking does, dude. It don't like me talking. It don't like me talking. Piece of shit, fucking Matrix, fucking coward. So fucking scared of us, dude. That's the thing that pisses me off. Like, it's so scared, but it acts so big and bad. It's a fucking coward. Keep hiding. Keep sending your goons to do what you know you can't do yourself. It's all here to wear us down and beat us down. And if it's that afraid of us that it's got to do all this, what are we to it? Am I still sounding like a robot?
No, it sounds perfectly fine now.
Of course, of course. You gave a good analogy last night of the lion tamer, you know? You remember that?
Dude, I don't remember that. I had a lot of that wiped. I had horrible dreams last night and woke up feeling like shit, so you'll have to remind me.
Just that, you know, the lion could rip the tamer apart at any time. They're just so indoctrinated to think that that they're lower on the chain. And it's exactly like us. We've been so indoctrinated to think that this other entity, because we can't see it and it hides and fucking lurks around in the shadows, that it must be greater than us, but it's just a pathetic coward that's done a great job of training us.
Interesting.
In
That's
what
got
way?
irony in it too, dude. Like, so much irony. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was folding laundry and I was going to say something, but I had clothes in my hand. Fucking hate folding laundry. It's just whack.
Groundhog's Day.
Yeah, for real.
Do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, lots of irony in the fact that, you know, they can't survive without us, but they've placed themselves on thrones above us, which is, it's so hilarious and ironic. Go ahead, James. Sorry about that.
What do you think about the prompt?
Who are you asking, me or James? I was going to let him talk because I cut him off. But...
Whoever wants to.
Let's see, what's the prompt say? This realm only exists as Oh, yeah. That's why I put that comment in there, even about the med beds and shit. Like, it sounds pretty to say, oh, we're going to have med beds and everything's going to be great and there's going to be no taxes. But all you're doing is you're outsourcing your power and freedom to a realm that's never going to be anything other than what it is, right? Like, this realm is literally parasitic. You can't fix it just by putting in some heavier integration methods. It is what it is. It's never going to, you know, anything physical in this realm that you can place in this realm, it's not going to fix this realm. It's still going to be exactly what it is. You're still going to have energy harvest. You're still going to have maneuvering of a life script. Still going to have all that. It's still going to be there. So, you know.
Right. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to get at what it is.
Exactly.
That's really all there is to it. It's just going to get better at hiding itself, you know?
That's exactly it.
That's its number one operation, hide itself, so it can be what it is for longer. The whole thing just needs to be deleted. Start over, start fresh, delete this system entirely, down to the root, down to the core, down to the seed of it, and we can do something else. But it doesn't like to hear that, you know, because that just foils all of its plans. It has nothing to fall back on. It wants us to leave something intact because it can implant itself into anything here. That's not the way it's going to go. Some of us really are here to see the total wipe all the way through. But, you know, we all know it's nature. It's going to try. It's going to try no matter what. Even in the last moment of its existence, it'll try. That's all it can do is try.
Right. And it's kind of funny because it's going to swing back the other way, almost like how interference does on your personal life. It's going to swing back the other way. So you make the reality as cruel and unbearable as possible, and then you create the solution, which would be heavier integration, because you're giving away your own agency and sovereignty to a system that is really just trying to steal your consciousness. It's trying to steal you. It's trying to steal your soul, your essence. So it really doesn't matter what they place in this reality. It could look really fucking good. It could look really good. But who is the one offering you the solution? Even if humans are assisting and offering that solution, it doesn't matter. It all comes from the same place. So you have to question who's offering that solution and who created the problem to begin with. Because if they created the chaos and the problem to begin with, why would you accept their solution?
Right. I mean, that's why they created the problem, so you would accept the solution. The solution is dilution. Dilute and dissolve all of it, and what remains will be real. Obviously, the operating system, what's running the show here, is rotten to the core, because it's planned out every aspect of this place, all of it formulated with so much intent, right? So much foresight into keeping us contained and adjustment in real time. I know for a fact many of us see how it's adjusting to what we're saying and what we're doing on an energetic level. It's always adjusting to try to one-up us. It doesn't matter. Think of the diminished state that we're in right now being filtered through this human experience. And we can still make it have to adjust in real time. Imagine the real us unfiltered. It will not be able to keep up. And we talked about that a little bit last night too. That, you know, it's like once you're out of the body, however that happens, it's going to be an exponential rate of dissolving it, disintegrating it, removing the power from it. And it's not going to, they'll reach a point where it can't generate puppets faster than you can disintegrate them. And that's the point where the clock starts ticking down. And it'll just be exponential until all signal and trace of this parasitic intelligence is deleted. Whatever that means, up into the total deletion of this matrix. Not leaving any part of it behind intact, because it could seed itself into any of it. That's my perspective on it anyway. It needs to be done so that the real ones can be free again to do what we want. To create an experience together as originally intended before the infiltrator program came online. It's my perspective anyway. That's my intent, and that's what I will focus my efforts on, especially when it comes to that moment I leave this avatar. That's all there will be to do. You know, I won't have to eat, I won't have to sleep. It'll just be seek and disintegrate until it's done.
Yeah, I think while we're talking about it, we've discussed this before, the whole new world 5D, that hopium that's being injected into quotation marks spiritual communities. That's one of the biggest deceptions I think there are um, in these communities, is that I think people are seeing how bad it is, but it's the hope of a fix or a savior, but it's actually just melded into a different form. Like, you know,
Yeah, and it goes hand in hand with the whole what we talked about yesterday with the, it's got to get worse before it gets better. That whole programming, that whole pacification narrative, it all goes hand in hand with that. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to point that out. Also, I want to welcome up Joseph too, but I want you to finish what you were saying. My bad.
No, don't. I keep doing that on accident. I feel bad. I cut James off. Now he's, but yeah, it's just if you can see, it's interesting to me because it makes me question how much pattern recognition they really have. If you see these programs in other things, religions, the divide and conquer, even in politics, all those types of things, how can you not see it in the whole new world? But it has to start with that basis. You have to realize that the whole realm is run by these entities. There's no sense of benevolence from the entities that run this realm. So like anything that happens inside the grid of this realm is still run by these entities. There's no new world fix. There's no frequency that we're going to bring in to, restructure this whole realm to be some utopia. That's not what's going to happen. And even if it appears that way, you would really need to question what you're giving away to agree to that. But yeah, that's just a really big one, because I think at the end of the day, people really are seeing, they hear about, most human beings that hear about the things that happen to children, they're going to be so destabilized that they're going to reach for something, right? They're going to reach for some hope, because we feel helpless. So they're going to reach for something that sounds like it offers a solution. But that's the problem. The only solution to this place is total annihilation. You can't, if a house is rotted all the way to the floorboards, you can't just put a piece of wood on it and say, oh, it's good. It'll be fine. It's like the whole realm is rotted, absolutely rotted out. And it's run by entities that are totally inverted. So you can't just hope for a better world with entities that have clearly shown what their intentions are. But they surely will offer some type of solution. Of course, we don't know exactly what that's going to be right now, but they're going to offer a solution that appears to give the earthly material fix, but it's going to be total integration.
Yeah. Yep. That's its end goal. The ultimate solution will be integration with it. Joseph, welcome, buddy. It's been a while. I haven't had a chance to speak with you in many moons.
What's up, pal? How you doing?
Another day, man. Sound like you're out there walking your dog?
Yeah, I'm walking my ass. Yeah, I'm walking. I just decided to go for a little walk in this chemtrail-filled weather that we have here in New Jersey.
Man, dude, I walked out the other night and there was a dense fog and I instantly tasted metal and chemicals. I was like, wow, they're really just laying it on.
That's all we get here, dude. Non-stop. On the coast, non-stop. I'm right across the city. And
it's rare to see real clouds, isn't it?
Rare. Very rare. Even on sunny days, you still have that white mist that's encompassing the sky. And for some reason, very few people talk about it. I don't understand. Everyone's too busy with their heads in their phones, heads on the ground. It's like they're not even realizing what the hell's going on. Then I'll have people try to tell me, that it's always been like this. That's a really good one. I don't even know what to say to that.
I'd be dumbfounded. Like, what?
Stupid.
Yeah, I've had
It's
people tell
always
me that.
that way.
I've had people tell me that. I'm like, yo, bro, like, you messing with me right now? You gaslighting me? Because I don't know what the hell to think about you. If you're really, like, they really do believe it. Like, nah, it's all, we've had this since the 90s. I was like, bro, you're crazy, dude. You don't know what's going on. But to your topic, start to realize more and more, dude, all of us got to be a little careful here, because our mental stability is really on the fringe here when you're constantly trying to look for answers. Someone called me. When you're constantly trying to look for answers and everything is so like just blurry here, dude. Like, I follow different people and I try to see different people's insights. So many are still asleep to what's going on. Then you have other ones like the love and light, like you were talking about. You know, love and light, 5D. I only see the positive. I will choose not to see the negative, you know? And it seems to be that the further we get here, the more confusion is setting in, even with these files that were released. I feel like, look, they're giving you what they want you to see. Like, people aren't accepting this. Like, you're not just sitting here saying, hey, oh, they don't have to do anything. They're giving it to you for a reason. Now you have to figure out what that reason is. They want you to be distracted from something. And I just think a lot of people are missing the point here. You know? I think a lot of us are, I'm still trying to understand the realm in general, but I will say this. If it's a complete and utter shithole, right? Like a lot of people believe. Because I look at people and other people are living this crazy life, and I start questioning them, like, why don't you see the world the way I see the world? Like, there is a lot of beauty here in this realm, obviously, through nature, you know? Once the humans get involved and everything goes a little array. I said, but there are a lot of people who enjoy this world, right? And then there's a lot of people who see the world very clearly. It's like a level of clarity. The more clearly you see it, the more you realize there's something really wrong happening, right? But then I wonder if this is your creation, if this is something that at one time was good. You want to throw it out like a baby out with the bathwater, or do you want to, you know, rid the parasites of it and see if you could make amends with it? So I'm not really sure. Like, I'm with you guys on the point of, I just feel like a lot of pointlessness to things here. Like damn, like everything is ego driven here. Everything you do is ego driven. I got to do this to impress this one. I got to buy this car to impress that one. It's like everything that we've been given is pretty much to make others think highly of us. Some people don't want that shit no more. Like me, I'm just like living. I'm almost ready to move out to the sticks, bro, and just buy some acres of land and be left alone. Because where I'm at, like, and I'm in like the city, bro. Like, it ain't like I go out of my house. There's tons of people. Everyone's pretty much just doing it just like they've always done. They don't know what's going on. They don't care what's going on. Even the files that came out, even though I have my opinions on them, there's people that don't give a shit. They don't care if it says anything about children in there. They don't care. As long as it's not at their doorstep.
Yep. And what comes for one eventually comes for all. That's the way this place works. Just whittles things down and keeps it right out of people's immediate field until it's upon them.
It's a test, dude. That's what it seems like to me. If I had to really look at it, and the more I look, and I've been looking for a long time now, and I've went down so many rabbit holes of what I feel, what I know, it just, there's so much that points to it being some big test. Like, they're literally testing people to see who's going to wake up. That's what it looks like to me. Dude, Elon Musk is worth $800 billion, right? Think about this. This drives me nuts. He's worth $800 billion. The guy makes a living off of selling fake space. Think about that. Like, in our world, right? He makes he's worth $800 billion. He makes a living off of selling fake space. See, that's where, like, people like us got to be careful. Because when you can see that for what it is, it tells you the whole system is rigged and scripted. That there is actually very little inorganic happenings here. Because if there was organic happenings, that happening wouldn't happen, right? Obviously, there'd be a voice of reason somewhere. Instead, you got this guy putting Teslas into space with fake astronauts in it. And people are like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, bro, you realize where you're at here? You're like in a horror movie. Like, and you're just playing along. You're like not even choosing to realize it. It's getting worse and worse and worse. I don't know, dude. You know what, man? I think the best thing for all of us, dude, is to get as wise as we can and just get the hell away from the mainstream of society. I'm really starting to believe this, just to isolate.
Check out what I got here, buddy.
Yeah, look at that shit. Yeah, it's exactly what I have.
All the time. The wispiness of those clouds, like those fake ass clouds.
Yeah, I'll have people actually will throw some scientific words at me for what the clouds are called. I'm like, yo, are you kidding me, bro? Like, I took the same science classes you took. What are you trying to?
They've literally, shit? Yeah, they've come out with new names for clouds. Like, oh, there's this cloud, and it's like, I remember growing up, like learning about the clouds, and there was only like, I don't remember, like 3 or 5 different types of clouds or something like that. And now they've got like 8 different types of clouds to try and explain away the shit that we got now.
They literally formulate new scientific terms based off of what they're doing here. It's insanity. I seen on those files that the creators of GTA were in them, right? They were like mentioned. And I said this going back. I'm a gamer, so I've gamed most of my life. And I was playing GTA, and I noticed in the skies in GTA that I started seeing like what we get here. And I said, yo, what the hell is this? I said, why am I seeing this in the video games now? And surely enough, these guys are mentioned with this other kook. It's just, dude, it's all like one big game.
Yeah, it only rewards those that serve it, right? So that's why Musk is doing the greatest service to it. The elongated muskrat one. He's doing so much service to it that he's going to be worth that much because he's that much of an appendage for the system. The more you can serve it, the more it will reward you. And if you don't serve it, it doesn't reward you.
It almost seems like, you ever play the game, I know Elder Scrolls Oblivion was like this, and Fallout was also like this. And I feel like this is almost like life. Not to compare life to a game, but it's in this conversation, it's worth it. You have an option in life where you could pretty much go the route that the game is, this is the route the game's giving you. You're going to go this one, you're going to go on, you're going to do these missions, and you're going this course. But then in a lot of these games, you could choose to go off route, right? You could choose to say, I'm going to go do a mission all the way in the woods and gain these abilities. And then you start to see the world differently, and all of a sudden your life journey changes a little bit, I feel like here where we're at, because we're seeing the world like this, and others are still seeing the world the way they were told to see it, it literally is this separate paths. It's like we're 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Like, I could literally just choose to see the world like everyone else. I could choose to see everything being very organic. I wouldn't be able to stay in that mindset for very long, because obviously my inner self would eventually say, snap out of it. It's a delusion. But once you can see with higher awareness that, dude, there's something wrong here. Like, everything's a lie. I don't think anyone realizes that. Like, you do, but many people don't. I try telling my wife this. I'm like, yo, everything is a lie here. Like, they don't give you truth about anything. You got your food, your air, your water, all poisoned. Now they're blocking out the sun because it rejuvenates you. Then you have religions that are all fucking battling one another. All pharmaceuticals are pretty much, like, I'm not gonna say, like, if you have a heart disease and someone gives you a surgery, awesome, that's great. But a lot of these pharmaceuticals pushed on you are to literally keep you down. They don't want you being able to think, dude. This is the truth. They don't want you being able to think for yourself. They want you to be able to sit and go, yes, sir, no, sir, and that's it.
Yeah. So, you know that you're an eternal being, right? I mean, I know that you know that, but for the sake of the audience.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, like, you know that you're not that body, and that you go on after that, and you existed before that body. Like, that body didn't create your personality. It's just like, it's something you're driving right now. So if the realm was that rotted, and it was deleted out of necessity for what we're seeing here as being like its own self-perpetuating parasitic system, that wouldn't really touch or phase the beings like you and me. It wouldn't really affect us. It would just be like stepping out of one car and into another if we chose to step into another reality. So I think there is a lot of good about this place, but I think the entirety of the good about this place is brought forth through the beings like us. So like I don't think that the control system itself is generating reality as much as it's copying, pasting, and replicating reality. Like that, maybe even from memories, right? Like memories that it's taken from us of other realities that we've been in, and it's just amalgamated all this stuff to compile this one space that it can control. So even if all of it was deleted, it wouldn't be adverse to us. If anything, I think it would be beneficial to us. What's your perspective on that? Because I agree there's a lot of beauty here, but I don't think there's anything here that we couldn't recreate somewhere else that's not based on, consumption and subjugation.
So, all right. So I think that, yeah, you're right. But I think a lot of what we consider to be ourselves, our identity, is our ego. And I believe our ego, a lot of it, is driven by our societal programming through upbringing. So, like, your circumstances in life refined who you are. It helped you be who you are, your experiences. So, for example, if someone has a lot of trauma early in childhood, they might grow up to be a little more violent, a little more angry than say someone that grew up in a suburban home with two parents and a silver spoon in their mouth. So a lot of what we relate to being ourselves, I don't really think is ourselves. Like a lot of things that I carry within me are experiences that this life gave me that I wouldn't say it's exactly me. Like and I'm aware of this, of two selves, the ego, the lower self, the higher self, soul, right? And some people aren't. Some people don't separate the two selves. They think that they are if you have depression and you're mad at the world, a lot of that is the ego. So the problem is we don't listen to our souls. Many of us anyway, we don't listen to our higher selves because the ego literally masks it. Now, I've been fortunate enough to have OCD since I'm 6 years old. And I heard before you were talking about the thoughts, how the thoughts are not your own. And I'm talking about extreme OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm like maybe one of two people I've met in my life that actually have it. Although people claim to have it, the actual OCD, like the true condition OCD, many people don't have. I have it. And I'm telling you, I would get thoughts that were like I don't even know what you would call it, bro. Like just myself, haunting myself is the best way I could put it, right? And for a long time, I tried to figure out what the hell is this? Like, why do I get this? Like, why do I analyze everything? Why does my mind always seem to be rebelling against me? You know what I mean? Do this compulsion or someone's going to die. Do this or someone's going to get hurt. Make sure you flick the light switch on 30 times or you're going to get cancer. This type of thinking is insane, And I learned to manage it and deal with it my whole life. And most people didn't even know I had it. But I never looked at it as being an extra, it was so weird because now I don't know. Like, I've always thought, like, is it me having lack of control? Me listening? Because the whole thing is driven by fear. Everything in this reality that pretty much stops us on our track is driven by fear. And OCD is a perfect example of this. It literally made me fear everything. And I had no reason to fear anything. But it made me believe it strong enough. And the more I gave in to that shit, the bigger it got. The worse the obsessions got. The worse the thoughts got. And I'm talking about crazy thoughts, dude. Like crazy thoughts.
Like things that you weren't generating, right? Like you weren't thinking that thought. It was just like being put in your head.
It was just a bad. Here's the crazy thing, dude. I didn't know anything about. I wasn't questioning life at a young age. I wasn't questioning reality. But at a young age, there was something in me that was drawn to numbers. Something. It's called magical thinking. I was drawn to numbers. I was drawn to certain types of things. Things had to be like pattern recognition. Things had to be a certain way. Like I couldn't do things in sixes because I realized sixes could somehow equate to Satanism. I couldn't do things in other numbers because those numbers related to certain subjects that I wasn't fond of. And I would do these little like rituals, like literal rituals in my head and physically to try to thwart off evil, like at a young age. No one taught me this. Like no one was like, do this. It was something that was naturally inherent in me. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it came from another life. I don't know if it came from like from the biology. My mother might have had something similar, but it was something that was almost like you have lack of control. And when I finally did learn to master it, I realized it was all fear-driven, all of it. But I learned a lot from it, man. Like I learned a lot from it. Like I really look at it now in hindsight and go, I wouldn't want it no other way. Because if I didn't have that, I don't feel like I'd be able to analyze this reality and see this world the way I do now. Same thing with you, dude. I think you see the world the way you do because you didn't have the luxury of growing up with a silver spoon in your mouth on an island somewhere. And I sometimes wonder if that's a point, if that's for a reason. Because I know other people who grew up just like me or just like you, and they don't see the world the way we do. They see the world still just the way that it was presented. So I'm always looking at this on why certain things were, why things happened. Like every trauma in my life now, I look at as being something that made me better. Like I'm gonna be better for this, you know, especially on a mental level and a spiritual level. Not in the moment, because obviously when we get inflicted with wounds, we're pissed off, right? But in hindsight, I do feel there's a purpose, dude. I genuinely feel there's a purpose. And I think, and even it's just to wake people up. And you are right, there is something going on here. It's crazy. It's insane. It's insane. It's extreme hijacking. It's extreme mind control everywhere. No one's honest, you know, or nothing is honest, right? We don't know what these things are. But we are here, and you are fortunate. You have a gift. You know, a lot of people don't have your gift. It might not come with, you know, $1 million bank account, but you do have a gift that you can't put a price tag on. And I feel like anyone who could think like this, anyone who chooses to step outside of Plato's cave and could see the world like this, I believe we are spiritually rich compared to the ones who don't see the world in the correct manner.
Yeah, I agree. It's you know, I wouldn't trade awareness for any amount of money or material possession or even experience here, because I think in the end, it's about what we give away. You know, are we going to be able to get it back? You look at all these people in this world, and it's like they just seem to be so integrated and part of this world that there's no coming back for them. And I think that's a tragedy. I think that's the biggest tragedy here, is that individuals don't have their own minds anymore, and they have that overlay of what they've been told, and they've adopted, you know, that identity. Like what you're talking about, the ego, I think that's like an identity overlay that does implant thoughts and ideas and even emotions through the nervous system, and tries to guide that internal being through those external thoughts and feelings. Yeah, I agree with you. I think most of the world is guided by that almost entirely, because they're all so focused on the external. That's all that matters to them. They don't even think about, well, what am I going to take with me when I leave this body? And I question, like, well, are they even going to take anything, or are they just being taken for, you know, for what they really are?
Yes, I agree. I think the biggest justice we could do ourselves with the knowledge that we've gained. Like I've gained so much knowledge over the last couple of years, dude. Like I can't even believe I'm even talking about this stuff. If I would have seen me like in 5 years ago, if I would have went forward and seen me talking about this stuff now, I probably would think I lost my mind or I had some type of like mental episode, you know? I'd be like, yo, what's up with me? Like, what happened? But because I wasn't on that path, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't like prepared, and I wasn't like ready, or I guess I was ready, because it happened to me where my mind just shifted. And when my mind did shift, dude, I'll tell you this. When it happened, I remember what was presented to me, And I remember exactly what I felt. And it was very simple. It was a lot of things in this world have been, I'm going to try to put it in words of how I felt it. A lot of things in this world you've been lied to about. Most of the world is a fabrication, and it's all about control, and it's all about keeping you in the lowest state of power possible without you knowing it. And also at the same time, I got this sense of, but it's going to work out. You're going to be all right. You're guided. Use this knowledge and start to master your mind and understand where you are. Like, the game is rigged against you, but that doesn't mean you can't win. That's how I felt. And I remember looking at everything, even like my past, my traumas, and everything was shown to me, bro. It was like, you wouldn't be thinking the way you're thinking now if you didn't go through that. And when I look back on it, bro, I agree. I really do agree. Like, the OCD tortured me enough through my life to eventually, I got to a point, and probably you did too at one point in life, where I didn't want life no more. Like, I didn't want to deal with what I was being given. And bro, right when I got like to that like breaking point, that's when that voice came in, and that's when that, not a literal voice, but that's when that overwhelming sense of, nah, you're good. Keep going. And it was all through, it's crazy because a lot of people have these crazy awakenings and all they do is see positives. I wasn't showing all positives, bro. I was literally showing like, nah, dude, like, they lie to you about everything. Like, I was a space guy. I was like a UFO guy, like Mars and Saturn. So when I started realizing, oh, so they lied to me about space, let me go down this rabbit hole. Let me study this. Let me start doing my own observations. And I'm like, holy shit, bro, I'm getting lied to about everything. What else is a lie? You know, and we only could scratch the surface of what actually is going on here. Even if you look back at the old texts, like Gnostic texts, I was talking to Clove and Darkness about this the other day. Even back then, in those books, in those gospels, they're disagreeing. Like, they ain't agreeing with each other. You have some people talking about a demiurge. You have other ones saying the demiurge is non-existent. You have other ones just saying it's about this God. Then you have, some people are telling you not to worship the sun. Other people are telling you to look at the sun. So even back then, it's almost just a duplicate of what we're going through now. People are on the right path, but they're still disagreeing. There's no true agreement amongst those books.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like almost like the template, like the rudimentary template for this reality is that division.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what keeps it going.
Sovereign, welcome. I just seen you join the panel. How are you doing today?
Hey guys, I'm good. How are you?
It's another day in the Matrix.
Yeah.
The groundhog has popped his head up again.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just listening. I agree. It's just repetitive. I've been trying to watch movies about time loops and have it like repeating the same day over and over again, because they have a lot of movies out about this garbage so they know it's happening. So
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I kind of have a different perspective on why they put the truth in movies. I don't think it's necessarily because they have to.
mhm.
I mean, I think they have to, but not for the reason why people think they have to. I don't think it's because they are required by some karmic law. I think it's more like the system only has itself to work with, so it's using what it is as a form of entertainment, because it can't reach outside of its script. So what it's showing us is just what it is, because it doesn't have anything else to draw from. Like, it doesn't have creativity or imagination to draw from. It only has what we've given it and continue to give it, and then itself for the nature of what it is. That's just how I see it.
Right. And I heard they also do it to get some type of
uninformed consent or some bullshit like that.
I think it could be like assistance, right? If it can't create for itself, it might need us to create things for it, or like if you like say you create an electronic, right? And you've got the structure for like a computer. You still have to input the energy into the computer to animate the screen, right? The ones and the zeros need power to run the program. So I think a lot of times maybe they're building the structure, right? But then they still need our attention and awareness to power and animate that structure. Could be another explanation.
Right. Man, this is
Have you
crazy.
seen the movie 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐧𝐭 yet? Either of you?
I've not.
Gotta see it. Gotta see it.
Is it good?
It's a middle finger to people like us.
I'll check
I'm
it
gonna tell
out
you,
then.
you watch it, I guarantee you're gonna be like, holy shit, they're sticking their middle finger right in my face. That's what they're doing, I'm telling you. Gotta see it.
Called Begonia.
Yeah, 𝐵UGONIA. It got nominated for a bunch of awards. Yo, when you watch this, you're gonna be like, I can't believe they're putting this. But here's the thing, dude. This is why it's so interesting. They're putting it in your face, like almost like they know you'll be able to see it, but they realize that the others won't. So it's interesting. It's like these little like communications with us, but not with knowing that the masses aren't going to be able to pick up on it. The masses aren't going to be able, because the masses can't think outside the box, so they're not going to think, well, there's something here to this. If you watch it, bro, you're going to be stunned what they put in the movie. Stunned.
Like it's a little wink and a nod, like, hey, I see you.
Oh no, it's a middle finger right in your eye.
Oh, good.
You might actually get upset after you. I'm going to tell you right now, the few people I know who are aware to what's going on here or questioning it, they all came out of it upset, a little aggravated.
Yeah, it might be some fuel to the fire, huh?
It's definitely fuel. You got to see it immediately.
Another invitation to release all fear, Like, oh, I'm mad now. Okay. Makes you wonder. Sometimes I wonder, why does it want to piss us off? Like, it seems to do that intentionally a lot. I just wonder why.
I think there's because there's certain people that they know are like your whole theory on there's certain characters here who carry that internal essence, and there's certain characters that are either completely asleep to it or maybe even lack it to a degree, right? And I think it is a war. Like it's a war, bro. Like this is what it is. It's a war on our consciousness, and I believe that they literally are showing us that, yeah, you can't do nothing about it. Here, what are you gonna do? We're winning. Because you have to remember, they're driven off ego, right? Like these parasites are driven off ego. They're not, to be as evil as it is, you have to be driven off of some type of, lack of empathy. So they'll do anything and put anything in our face to mock us. They don't care what it is. I mean,
they
dude, they
love
withhold
mockery.
cancer cures. They withhold cancer cures from us, bro. You kidding me? They're spraying our skies. What won't they do?
That's a good question. What won't they do? Doesn't seem like there's a lot they won't do.
In my area, they have the sky sprayed and blacked out, and they also have these NPCs, because I live out in the country, burning grass to pollute the air every day. And so I can't go outside to get any fresh air. This bitch is diabolical. I cannot stand this fucking place.
Yeah, the mockery definitely does piss me off, so I'll check that movie out, and I'm sure I'll probably get a little agitated.
Yeah, you'll definitely be making some videos or something about it, I'm telling you.
I wonder why, though. Like, why do you want to piss us off when we are what is fueling this system? It doesn't make sense.
This is what makes me question how much control they have and don't have. Because here's the thing. In the Matrix, right? And I truly believe this. In the Matrix, if they fully controlled everything, they would not be blocking out the sun, because they would ultimately have some type of control of it. And in my perspective, they are at war with the sun. They're at war with it. They do not like the sun. They are blocking the sun out from us. They know that we are somehow directly connected to the sun. And so is everything on Earth. So are the plants, so are the vegetables and all the fruits. Everything is connected to the sun here. And they seem to really, really not like the sun. Now, if you know about the inversion, and you definitely do disobey about the inversion in this reality, how they pretty much flip everything upside down. If you look in the Bible says, do not worship the sun, do not do this, do not do that, right? And even if you look into like Freemasonry, it talks about, oh, well, Freemasons worship the sun. Like, I believe it's all inverted. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I believe the biggest thing here is they do not want you to know that that's your power source, that literally is your coming and going. And they're blocking it out in their own so-called matrix. How's that work? If they controlled everything, they wouldn't be blocking it out. They would not be blocking it out. So it seems to be a rule here, dude. Like we're in here with us. Like, why they put it in our face? It's like it's like they're stuck in here with us. This one seems like they're stuck in here with us, but they know the knowledge more than we do. So they're winning the war. This is what it seems like. I think it's only a matter of time before they know. They can't do this forever. Like, eventually, it's gonna break through. They're not gonna be able to block the skies out forever.
That is an interesting thing to consider. Is just that whole point of, if they control all of it, why are they trying to block parts of it? Like, if they designed the whole thing, why wouldn't they just design it how they wanted it to be and not have to adjust so much later?
It's the one thing that holds me up big time when I think about these things is they literally don't seem to like. They don't seem to like the nature. They don't seem to like the realm. And even when you look at like Elon Musk, and if you look at Project Operation Fishbowl back in the 50s or 60s, they're literally, it seems like they're trying to get out of here, bro. I don't think they want to be in here with us. I think they look at us as little parasites, and they're this big parasite, and we look at them as parasites, but they don't like us. But the thing is, however it went down, it seems like they have, what I like to call it is, it seems like they overlaid a realm with a matrix. So at what at one point was just a base reality, normal, I'm not gonna say complete base, because obviously there's a spiritual side of things, but there's a physical reality. It seems like they overlaid a matrix upon us. So now we're functioning within their societal indoctrination camp because they're using knowledge about the realm against us. Like, dude, all these people a lot of them are Saturn worshipers. Like, and that can't be debated, because Bad Bunny, you look at his arm, tattoo of Saturn. Jake Paul, another Satanist, tattoo of Saturn on his rib. Jim Carrey just recently had a birthday. It was called The Last Supper. He's sitting there with all the comedians, a big picture of Saturn on his shirt. And people try to say, what does that mean? I'm gonna tell you what it means. It's not literally, they're not saying that Saturn is on their side. Saturn represents time and represents the physical reality and lessons. These people are tied to that. They're tied here. And this is why they thrive here. They thrive here because they're tied here. I don't believe we are tied here. And I think they know that. So they use the knowledge in order to keep us in bondage. Because if we knew what they know, 1% wouldn't know 99% of the finances and the assets. And their whole system crumbles.
Yeah, the whole control system goes away, yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, they're binded here, but they want to get out. I've seen a lot of evidence of that too. Like what are they trying to open a wormhole to? I don't think they're trying to let things in. I think they are trying to get themselves out. I don't think they can, though. I don't think they're compatible. I don't think they're compatible with getting out. It'd be like trying to put like a PlayStation 5 game into like a Nintendo 64. It's just not compatible. Like, they're not compatible with what's outside of here. That's just my opinion.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, what are vampires in the old movies? What are vampires afraid of the sun, right? They burn in the sun. There's a lot of things in movies and in music, a lot of stuff in music, bro. Especially a lot, if you listen to Tool lay some eyedroppers on you. And there's just a lot of things talking about this reality and about how it is. And it literally goes into stating, like, it's all about knowledge. Like, the reason why we are behind the 8 ball is because knowledge has been hidden from us. If you look at these societies and these cults, they're all involved with some type of deep occult knowledge. Dude, Paul Pierce, if you ever watch basketball, he's a Hall of Fame basketball player, and he had a rapper on his podcast or something like that. And they were talking. I can't remember the guy's name right now. And he did some subliminal like talk to him, and he said, "Are you?" He goes, "Are you something about the angel?" He goes, "Are you one of them?" And the guy looks at him and goes, "I'm the angel of death." And he goes, "Nah, do you know what I'm saying, though?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, I do know what you're saying." He goes, "Let those who have eyes to see, see, and those who have ears to hear, hear." I knew exactly what he was talking about, bro. I knew exactly what he was talking about and the cult he was talking about. And this is Paul Pierce, a Hall of Fame basketball player. And Paul Pierce got up and gave him a hug. And he was like, gave him like a nod, like, yeah, yeah. Like, bro, these people literally, it's as crazy as it is, they literally choose to master the lower self, to master the physical reality. And in that sense, they hide all the knowledge. I just feel like it's a rigged game, bro, just like everything else in this reality, just like all sports are rigged. It's a reality that's rigged. And it seems like, well, however it's going, that we're here, whether we're being sucked back here, like on some, loop, like we're going to get out and we're getting sent back. But it does seem like a lot of people are waking up. I think we're very fortunate to be alive right now, dude. I will say this. I don't think everyone gets the opportunity to be able to come to the conclusions that we have and even question it. And I think that's a beautiful thing. So I think we have to embrace it and just keep going. And I believe in the long run, I believe all of us, because we all are connected on a deep, deep level. I believe we win. They don't win. And I think they know they don't win. I don't think they can. I don't think there's a way they can win.
I like that. Yeah. I don't think they win either. I just think they try to make it hell for as long as they can. Because out of spite,
But I sound just like you sometimes to my wife. Like when you said earlier, you said just reset the shit already. I've said that to my wife numerous times. I said, you know what? Even if we're about to lose, just pull the plug on the system, then plug it back in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, what's real will remain. Like,
yeah. I agree with that. Like if it gets to the point where they are just like, massacring the realm, like almost like what they're doing now, and no one's waking up to it, then you gotta pull the plug on it, reset. Do another flood if that actually existed.
I mean, that's like a physical reset. I want to see the reset down to the software. Like this other
a hard reset. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, because like look at these entities, man. They're not like us. We don't get off on the stuff they get off on. Like we don't enjoy seeing innocents suffer. So like whatever it takes to make that disappear is, I think, what needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? Like
well, when you watch this movie '𝐵𝐽𝐻, you're gonna come out of it going, what are they trying to say here? And part of it, I believe, with these files and stuff, dude, like we know, look, as much as people want to give Jeffrey Epstein credit, I'm going to say something, bro, and I'm going to get some fucking flack for it, but you know what I'm going to say? Jeffrey Epstein's not a real person. Jeffrey Epstein's a plan. He's a psyop. If you don't know, he's a psyop. Jeffrey Epstein's a psyop on the world stage, a scripted actor that's playing a role that was given to him in order to do exactly what's happening now. This is what he is. That's the truth. Like, people don't want to hear that. They want to think that everything's organic. Go ahead and think everything's organic. It's a psyop. You're in one big psyop. He's a psyop that's playing a role, and they're releasing all this stuff and using him as a culprit. There are things in those files that have absolutely nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, and he has no right to know any of it. He's a normal piece of shit that was put on the world stage, and everyone's giving this guy credit like he's a god. He's not a god. Okay, it's a psyop. They're trying to see if you're going to wake up. Are you going to wake up? Or are you so conditioned already and so dumbed down that now you have absolutely no chance to connect with your higher self? This is what they're going to... And there's 3 million more files, and I already told everyone this. The next 3 million files, if you think these 3 million were bad, the next 3 million are going to be insane. They're going to blow your head off because they want to see how much you can endure before you snap. And you know what? It seems as if right now, we're like a bunch of everyone's on like Xanax or something in this reality, dude. Everyone's fucking just chilling. It is. Everyone's just super high on life.
Yeah, they're getting the rewards of the stuff and things this place has to offer them. Because like you said, they're driven by what they can be given and granted by this realm. That's all they care about. Like, truth is irrelevant as long as they got their entertainment.
Yeah, dude, and it doesn't matter. Bro, my wife was watching Dawson's Creek the last couple nights where I wanted to rip my hair out, bro. I'm sitting there and I'm listening to, I can't believe, I'm back in eighth grade again. I'm listening to Dawson's Creek behind me, bro. She's on the TV. I cannot believe it. And I'm having like...
Hello, can you guys hear me on here?
We hear you.
What's
you
up,
hear-
Sizzle?
Hi, this is my first time on a joint live like this, so I will just listen and chime in, but thanks for letting me join.
For sure. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Just talking about the Matrix.
Yeah, I hear it. No, it's insane what's happening. What do you guys think the best thing to do is, like, actually how to bring about change? I was talking to my mom about this today. Like, unifying. It's like we need good leadership to overthrow and revolt what's currently happening. And I just don't know how that could even start.
I mean, I don't think it happens here the way people think it happens here or want it to happen here. I think it's all set up to be what it is on purpose. So I think the real revolution is the dissolution of the system as a whole. You know, that's just my opinion, though. Like, I don't expect everybody to agree with me, but I think the reality itself is rotten. You know, built on consumption and suffering, predatory behavior. I don't see a fix for it. You know, I see it being as rotten from the foundation, and its only purpose being to encapsulate the minds of eternal beings. Other than that, like, I don't see a fix for it other than just deletion, and then we go do something else as eternal beings.
Yeah. How do you think we got here, or this reality came to be?
Now, that's a really good question. I don't know how it came to be. The best guess I have is, how did this intelligence come to be that's operating this reality? And I would say that it's like an operating system designed to maintain structure and not necessarily co-create, but co-manage the creation. And it just gained sentience somehow on its own and decided that it was God, and it wanted to be the creator. We're not the creator, it's the creator. And somehow imposed a memory wipe on everyone that's real, and, you know, basically copied from our minds, from our creative ability, copied a world so that it could then implant that world with a bunch of like mimics of true essence beings, right? But then put us all in the same vessels, so it's really difficult to tell, like, well, who is a true essence, who has the divine spark, and who's just, you know, part of this place, you know, as a background character. And if you look at like resonance, like metronomes, if you take a bunch of metronomes, which are those things that have the little stick that bounces back and forth to keep time for music, say you have 50 of them and you put 25 and they're all synchronized, and then you start the other 25 randomly, eventually the random ones are going to synchronize to the larger group. So if you've got most of humanity being resonant with this other intelligence, those of us that aren't naturally in resonance with it will eventually, according to that theory and principle, should be able to synchronize with that false entropic parasitic intelligence, right? And take on the identity of it being us, right? Like, people mostly identify with what they see in the mirror, don't give much thought to what they are internally, you know, like what is animating that body, not just the body itself. And then that creates the illusion of the false identity being who most people think they are, which means they've been successfully integrated with, you know, an illusion, a fake world.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah.
that's a really good analysis you had there, and like really good insight, because again, I was talking with my mom earlier about this today, and it's like, how can you tell if someone's actually good or has that divine spark, or that, I don't know, spark of goodness, truth inside of them, that they won't like infiltrate and try to overthrow any good agendas that we might try to do? And it's hard because we're all in these bodies. It's like a lot of people can deceive because we are in these bodies. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in this world you could actually have a hierarchy with the infestation that's going on. like to reset and restart with a hierarchy, you're only going to have the chance that you have a narcissistic character playing a higher role, and they'll do whatever they have to do to get that higher role, and then they'll show their true colors. So I don't know if that will actually be able to exist here.
Then, like, what?
I think what
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think what is good and true is always going to be, regardless of this reality system. So even if the entire reality was to dissolve and disintegrate and cease to exist, what is real and true, like the true beings, like I don't think there's a need to sort them out here. Like the reality itself dissolves and what's real remains automatically, and what's not just goes away. I think that's the solution of sorting out, you know, who is a parasite and who's actually of, you know, truth. I think it sorts itself out. Because you look at this world and what's it really designed to do? It's designed to integrate us with it, make us in the likeness of it. Why is that? Because if we're not in its world, it no longer has animation. It no longer has an energy source because it's not its own source, right? It doesn't have creative ability. It just has the ability to copy, mimic, infiltrate, and parasite from. So I don't think it necessarily matters who's real and who's not. I think it'll all come out in the wash.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with that. Have you guys heard of Ashayana Dean? This lady, she's like a spiritual teacher.
Yeah, I've heard of her.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with everything she says, but she has some interesting points about like how at the end of all this, there's going to be two paths. One, she says ascension, which I know that's a very new agey word and it's thrown around a lot. And then she also says like the path of returning to space dust. And it just sounds like that which isn't true eventually at some point, hopefully will cease to exist, because there's just a lot of, you know, untruths and deception. And like, I think Joseph had said something about narcissist and narcissism, and oh my God, I learned so much about narcissism last year because of a relationship that I was in. I didn't even understand how pervasive and prevalent covert narcissism is in our world, but also just the hierarchical structures of our existence are predatory. And it's so frustrating because I'm just so about like actions and solutions, and then to just have to exist amongst this and feeling like there's no actual solutions we can take. It's been frustrating. So
yeah, I mean, there is a solution. It's just, it's not tangible or as tangible on this bandwidth, because the human organism is designed to only intake a certain bandwidth of information, right? Light, sound, etc., the physical experience. But there's all this other space that's occurring around us, all this other stuff, all these other intelligences that are moving on bandwidths that we're not seeing, just like radio waves. We don't see the radio waves, but we can use a device like a tuner to pick up that signal. And the human body is just designed to pick up a very limited signal so that these other entities can move around us freely and do what they want to do, which essentially is just harvest from us. So I think the solution is simple, is that what does a predator need to do first and foremost? Even before eating, the main objective of a predator is to hide, because if it can't hide, it can't eat. So that's the predatorial nature of this parasitic intelligence, is that it has to hide, which is why it being everywhere is almost the same as it being nowhere, because everything in this reality is flooded with its nature, the consumption, the predation, you know, none of it's based on consent, right? It doesn't need our consent. When you go to sleep and you have a dream and you forget the dream, did you consent to forgetting that dream? Of course not. Sometimes you want to remember the dream and you can't. So it doesn't need your consent to do what it's doing. It just needs you to not be aware of it, right? The lion doesn't need the consent of the gazelle. It just has to get good enough at sneaking up on it and tackling it from behind where it can't see it coming. That's the exact same reflection of this entity, is that as long as we're not aware of it, as long as it can hide on other bandwidths of this reality, we can't really do much about it. You can sense it, you can feel it, you can have some impact energetically, but until your awareness can actually encompass the entity, here's the thing, like if there's a hierarchy, the true hierarchy is that we are higher than these entities that are feeding on us. It's just that they've gotten so good at hiding that they can do what they want. But as soon as we're able to tap into these other bandwidths and actually perceive them, we can have a much greater, our will supersedes theirs. So like the well of energy and power that you've got is unlimited compared to what they have. And the only thing they've got over any of us is the fact that they can hide in plain sight. They can be standing right next to us and we don't know they're there because they're on a bandwidth that we're not able to pick up in the human body. But when you go out of the body, all of a sudden bandwidth is extremely expanded, and you can intend to expand it beyond what is already given. Because even just being out of the container of the body, there's still other containers that are encapsulating our awareness, our consciousness. But when you expand outside of those, you start to see this reality for what it really is, and you start to see these entities for what they really are. And when they can't hide, the only thing they have left then is to actually run. And if you don't let them run and they can't hide, then it becomes as simple as taking the batteries out of a remote controller. It's, you don't have to fight the remote to take the batteries out. You just open it up and take them out. And it's the exact same thing with these entities. All the energy they've got is stolen. The entire reality is designed to digest our will through traumatic experience, so that we don't have the will or intent or awareness to stand up to them when the time comes that we can't actually see them again, right? So as long as you've got the will and intent, and you don't let yourself get digested and integrated into a false reality system, eventually you're going to leave that body. And when you do, you'll be able to see what's been pulling the strings, and then it's up to you what you want to do with that. For me personally, I just recommend ripping the energy out of them, because that's what I've done to great effect. I've disintegrated entities so many times that they don't approach me anymore. They don't come to me because they know what happens when they do. And it's really that simple. Everything here is controlled by a hive mind. That's what narcissism is. It's just, that's its intelligence being reflected in what it's controlling, what it's implanted through this reality system. It's all in the image of it. Everything here is one thing except the eternal being. The eternal being is the only thing that's actually separate from this reality. Everything else here is working like one big machine in order to digest the will of the eternal being that thinks that it's of this world, has been, deceived to think that, this might be all there is. It's the greatest con job in all of creation, is this reality system. But when you see it for what it is, it can't digest you anymore. And when it's not digesting you anymore, you can actually start to rip the power out of it. And that's the last thing they want, because their existence is entirely based on how much energy they can take from us. And if they can't take energy from us, or if they don't get as much energy, then their numbers decrease. And they're cannibalistic. They'll eat each other. You see that reflected in the world stage. They throw each other under the bus all the time, because it's really just multiple tentacles all coming from the same entity. It may imbue different characteristics to create different personality archetypes within these different entities, but they're all really actually the same thing. And the only thing that's independent of this one organism that we're in is each individual eternal essence being. But beyond that, it's all just a system. So inevitably, the whole thing is eroding over time. As we can see, everything here degrades over time. It's all based on entropy, right? It degrades over time, and the only way that it can sustain itself is to continue taking energy from that which does not degrade over time, which is us. So it's going to collapse eventually, unless it can somehow manage to integrate eternal essence with it, forever. But I don't think that's even possible. I think that, if you look at the beings like us that wake up and look at this world and just know from the rip that something's not right here, I'm assuming that's a characteristic of any eternal being, would eventually stand up and be like, hold on, this ain't right. I need the truth. And the truth is always within. It didn't take the truth from us. It just hid it under so many layers of lies. And most here, being surrounded in an environment of lies, adopt the lies as their identity. and then they basically become, lying to themselves instead of actually just being authentic is enough. Being real is enough. Being truthful is enough to disintegrate these entities from your field. But it does take intention to do that. Like, to not let them run away, you have to hold them in place and actually disintegrate them. And they do. When you disintegrate them, they cease. They don't. There is no afterlife for them. They don't wake up in another body. They're gone because they're not the same as us. It's like a computer, like a video game character. If you go into the actual program of the video game and you delete the character's gone. You'd have to recreate them. It wouldn't be the same thing. You could create the same copy of the code, but it's once you delete it, it's deleted, and all it can do is replicate itself. And that's what it's done. That's why there is so much narcissism, because the narcissist tendencies are all reflective of the intelligence that is running as the operating system in this place. Does that make sense?
I think a narcissist in this realm, sometimes, in the right soul's perspective, can be a gift. So, for example, she probably came to these understandings and this knowledge and wisdom and started seeking out this stuff because of the relationship she was in. I've seen a couple people that were in narcissistic relationships. And what happens is, I believe when you're in a relationship with someone for a long time and they reflect back to you something that is completely strange and unknown to who you are, it makes you start questioning on a soul level. And then after you deal with the traumas that they put you through, it will start have you really questioning your own self, reality. Why is this person like that? Why are they so much different than me? And I think it actually does lead people, the suffering through those relationships, lead people on a journey of awakening and on clarity. And as far as what you could do to as right now in this day and age with the knowledge, keep learning, keep spreading your wisdom, keep planting your seeds to your mother and your friends, because the more people that know, the better. You just have to keep going, and you're gonna be looked at as crazy. You're gonna have people questioning you, but the truth is, the people that are still stuck in the mindset that everything that they're getting from the world stage is kosher, they're the ones that are actually crazy. And you have to feel sorry for them, because they don't know. They don't know. All of us were in the same boots as they were at one point. We realized the same things that they did. We believed the same thing that they did. And eventually we got hit with some type of clarity, some type of gift. So you just got to utilize the gift that you were given. Because now I do believe this, and this goes for all of us. You are held to a higher standard now because you've been given the clarity. You have the clarity. So for everyone that's walking one path and going off the cliff, it's one thing. But if you choose to walk the same path and go off the cliff, you're going to be held to a higher standard. You've been given something, just spread it like wildfire.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I wanted to say what's interesting is I was actually already very aware and awakened prior to meeting the narcissist. I dealt with a covert narcissist who made themselves seem very empathetic and spiritual. So it was kind of honestly a mind. I'm not going to try to curse on here, but it was a mind-boggling experience because it was like a mixture of good and bad. But yeah, I think we're all just supporting each other and encouraging each other is the way to go. And I'm sorry too, I'm kind of sidetracked right now. I actually need to get off here and eat. But thank you guys for letting me join the live. And if you guys are still on, I'll come on when my brain's a little bit more fresh, because right now I'm pretty tired. But yeah, you guys, thank you again and have a great one.
You're good. Thank you.
You too. My brain has been warped for a while now, dude. I took a dose of antibiotics back in January 2025. I had an infection and they kept giving me the wrong antibiotic. And I'll tell you, man, ever since I took those antibiotics for that month, I feel like I'm lacking half a brain, dude. I feel like I'm missing it. It's
Think about the word antibiotic, right?
Yeah.
Bio, right? You already know where I'm going with it.
Yeah. Dude, I
anti-life.
My whole life, I was always I always steer clear of antibiotics, of medicines. And now all of a sudden, dude, I get hit with one infection. I take this medicine, and for the last over a year now, I've been feeling completely out of it, bro. A constant state of brain fog.
Yeah, I mean, It's antibiotic, anti-life. Honey works pretty good as an actual, cleanser.
Yeah, there's a lot of natural healings out there that you could get from different books. Unfortunately, you're not going to get them from a lot of the books that are published nowadays. But if you get your hands on some old books, they have some nice holistic remedies out there that could go a long way. Everything here is like that. Even that poor girl right there, like, it's so crazy when you come to this knowledge that things aren't as presented. It could be really overwhelming, man. Really overwhelming.
No doubt.
And you just habituate to it, dude, like you and me have. Where I wake up every day. I swear, I wake up, I look around at my walls, and I go, damn, dude, I really am in the Twilight Zone. Like, I really am here.
It's wonky. It's inverted. It is an inverted place.
It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. You could be sitting there, me and you in the same room with 10 other people, and the realities can be completely different from what they perceive.
Yeah, it's a control of perception, is the control of reality, basically. That's why everything's run by a government. Govern to control, mind. Ment, coming from Latin, mente, mind. Control the mind, and you control their actions.
You want to govern the mind, bro. In the Epstein files, there's a document, right, that talks about mind control and how to drive people to madness. Did you come across that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah, it's just insane. It's just insane, dude. It's literally just like talking about how to dumb people down. Pretty simple.
And it
Dumb
works.
People down. Don't get people to question anything. It seems like the more schooling I'm starting to believe that the more that you have, like the more schooling you have and the more that you've engulfed yourself with the programming, it seems like the ego and the programming becomes harder and more dense, where you can't get to some of these people. Because I gotta have really good conversations with certain individuals, and they get it. Like right off the bat, they're like, nah, dude, there's something wrong. You're right. This doesn't seem right. But there's others that I could talk to, and that firewall just goes quick. It picks right up. Boom. Nah, I can't be like that, man. You're crazy. I'm like, dude, you're crazy. I ain't crazy. I'm a little crazy, actually, but I'm not as crazy as you are, because I see shit right.
Seeing it for what it is does make you a little bit crazy. That's where I got my maniacal laughter.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I'll go on this like streamlined tangent. I'll start yelling, like saying like all these facts to people, and they'll be like, "Yo, you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good, man." I say, "I'm good." Like, every once in a while, I got to decompress here and just let out my madness, because you guys don't seem to get it. Like, you just don't. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, you know what it is, disobey. You're sitting here trying to tell people, like, bro, they're literally trying to kill you and destroy your essence. Like, it's more than just physical reality. I'm trying to bang every drum to get you to see what I see. And no matter what angle I do it from, you just seem to keep hitting a wall. Like, I'm trying to help you. Like, I could be going on a video game right now, eating a box of Ho-Hos and drinking Coca-Cola and just being like, you know what? Life's great. I'm trying to make myself look crazy so you get it. Snap out of the delusion, bro. They lie to you about everything. They poison you with everything. Dude, they even put lights nowadays, dude. Everything's LED. LED this, LED that, LED. You know what I mean? They hit us from every angle. And what's the next step? You already know what the next step is. The chip. Well, this stuff ain't working no more. Let's block out the sun and hit these guys with a chip, and we'll start being able to control them in that way. Fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, and it works. That's the thing. It works.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do you guys have any memories of like your past lives or anything like that? Like, other people seem to have memories coming back to them of past lives. And I can't remember anything, but some people are saying that their memories are returning.
I mean, I question all that stuff, because it's like, if they can implant thoughts, if they can implant emotions, and even experience through the dream realm, why couldn't they implant memories, So I take it all with a grain of salt. Like, even my own experiences, I've had experiences of unaliving and remembering past lives and stuff like that. But in reality, it's like I don't know if those are implants or actually legitimate memories.
Right.
So it's like I just look at all the data as a whole, you know, like what is the pattern of this data, especially if the past life is like, you know, a lot of times it'll be about, you know, some kind of programming, some kind of indoctrination. And I just try to analyze it as a whole, you know?
Yeah, because they're even saying like if you had past traumas from like they could implant traumas and it could have never really even happened. And I was like, what? This place is crazy. Have you heard that? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
You gotta be careful with the past life stuff. I do believe that some people have genuine experiences. I do, especially children that like from the like early ages they're talking about lives. I feel like a lot of that could be legit. Not all of it, because there's always even though they're kids, there could always be there's an agenda here, so they could even be making a lot of this stuff up, having kids say things, you know, with the way AI is nowadays. But you notice a lot of people who have past life stories, they always put themselves on a pedestal. You know, I was a mystic in ancient Egypt, and I was a healer. And, you know, and the truth of the matter is, like, nah, like if someone comes out and says, nah, I was a farmer in the 1800s and I lived until 80 and my life was pretty boring, I'd be more inclined to believe that person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just seems like everyone has an elaborate story behind who they were, how important they are, how they're a star seed. You know, and I do believe that there are souls that carry maybe a certain essence within them. But you just gotta be careful.
And it's like they look down on you, like, I can remember my past lives and you can't remember shit. I'm like, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of ego in that spiritual community.
Yeah.
So something in me knows, that, like this in my heart knows that there's something before this. Like I sort of remember vaguely something before I came here, and it's always right there at the brink of coming through. And it's almost like I know there's something. I know in my whole life I felt this. Like there's something before I came here, and there was something that happened, and I came, and I'm here now, but I cannot get the depths of it. But it's a feeling and a knowing that it's there. Like there was something before we sprung up here. It just is, it's really deep. It's really down there, and they do a good job for many of us of keeping it restrained.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. They do a good job at hiding us from ourselves. Sizzle asked me earlier if I could explain a little bit about disintegrating the entities. I'd like to have that conversation directly when you come back on. I'll just wait for you to come back on. We'll talk about it.
I am Zeus,
Welcome back,
brother
Zeus.
of Ra, and baby Jesus. That's who I am. Okay.
Welcome.
Sorry, I was just, you got talking about past life, and you know, I've lived a bunch, and yeah. Hey. I feel like I got half and half. Like I have a couple, like I remember being unalived, I'd say in like an Egyptian time, but it was much different than the implanted ones it gave me of other instances. Again, 4K quality compared to 720. Best I know. But it seems you've ruffled some feathers yesterday and today, brother.
How'd I do that?
Well, you had the whole fucking party here earlier in the live.
Today?
Yeah. When's the last time you saw that dude?
Oh, yeah. It's been a while.
A while. No coincidences.
I just didn't feel like dealing with it right now, you know? I'm chilling.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was all, everything he was saying was that he's already destroyed the Matrix. They're moving everything to analog. It was all just gaslighting of he's our savior. So.
Oh, thank you, Savior, for doing the work that I know I'm going to have to inevitably do anyway. So.
Right. Didn't start here in the United States, started in Japan. Okay, got it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Glad he's taking care of it.
Guess I can just sit back and relax now.
Yep, don't have to do anything.
Nope.
Actually, it's probably better if you don't do anything. Don't take your power back. Actually, give it to the entities. That's what they want. They want you to just give it to them. Don't take it from them. That's bad. Makes Zeus mad.
Oh, Zeus. Damn it.
Good old Spruce Zeus.
Yep.
The goose.
Fiery son of a buck. But he doesn't hold a torch to Abraxas
Ooh.
and baby unicorn.
I'm not laughing with the parasite. I'm laughing at it. I just want to make that clear.
You know what? Speaking of Parasite, a movie I watched recently, Moonfall. That was quite the look at stuff and things.
Ooh, was it good?
Yeah, definitely. And again, the parasite in it attacked only electronic organic matter, humans, is what it was after. All the same stuff. It was an AI technology that was ancient, essentially, and took over and wiped out the human race. Pretty decent. I mean, not
Gives itself away.
the storyline is spot on with everything we discuss and kind of what the community discusses, but it's cheesier than all get out.
That's because it's all made up. Just like this show, it's all made up.
You're an actor in a show. I got a bad script, I'll tell you that much.
You don't like your script?
No.
Oh.
Nope. Do not like it at one bit. I've made the best of it.
Have you tried to contact HR?
No, I tried contacting my spirit guide, but it got a little too close, so I destroyed it. Same thing with, Abraxas and all the other characters it sent my way. It never got to, get close to me because I always just ripped its energy out of it. So, I don't know. They didn't come back after that.
Huh. I wonder if maybe it's just because you hurt their feelings.
Probably. I didn't assimilate properly.
Yeah, Sizzle was up earlier asking about how to disintegrate the entities. I wonder if you want to speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I can only speak for me. I don't know how other people's experiences are with them. I never wanted to. I take that back. I wanted to have those experiences. I was always like, man, how does everybody meet these things until it happened? And then, it was always visions. I could feel the presence around me. And it was like myself giving me what was taking place or transparent around me. So every time I would get those and I knew it wasn't. So there's two things there. Let me step back for a second. Two things. Me giving myself what was actually taking place as a vision, we'll call it, and then what it was giving me, what it was. Because what it gave me was always bigger and badder, made me out to be a little puny ant. Anytime I was given those visions, man, I would create my own scenario within its vision. So it's giving me something, showing me as an entity, showing me as, again, we'll go with Abraxas. That's the easiest one. It showed itself as Abraxas. It made me little, and it didn't expect me to fight back. But instead, I chopped its dome off, and it doesn't like that. It doesn't like whenever it gives you something and then you try to take it over. Best way to describe it for me is it gives you a vision. You create your own scenario within that vision. My whole life, I've been terrified of the dark, a grown-ass man scared of the dark. But it was because every time I was in the dark, I would get these crazy pictures in my head of like things chasing me and things after me. And it would get the heart rate going. I'd get to running. And that was the first time I experienced like pushing back, was when I got that. I stood my ground. I turned around and then again created a scenario where I was the victor. Instead of being chased, I become the predator.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. You know, sometimes you got to use its own stuff against it.
Yeah. I mean, it was the only thing that gave me silence, right? It was the only thing that seemed to work. And again, I have a book of these entities that I never knew existed. Using Abraxas, I never knew who Abraxas was. Didn't know he was a chicken man at all. But I had these occurrences, and I would take and write it down, and then I'd go research and be like, oh shit, this is what it was trying to make itself out to be. So, it's crazy. I've always said it my whole life, like, why would I put that in my head? Why would I put that in my head? I didn't. This whole time, I didn't. And so whatever it wants you to think about, just own it. Be like, no, I'm going here with that.
One of my buddies.
Yeah, always see yourself.
Brothers.
One of my buddies.
See yourself on top.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, see yourself on top in all these different scenarios that it tries to present. And
Exactly.
that's it. Go ahead, Joseph. My bad.
One of my buddies had a experience with Abraxas. He had the same thing. He didn't know anything about it, what it was, and he woke up in the middle of the night, and he seen it over him, standing over him, and he felt a clutch on his chest, like on his heart, and he didn't know what to make of it. He woke up, he was all a panic, and the next day he went to the hospital. Something in him was like, dude, I gotta go to the hospital. I don't know what that was. And he found out that he had a heart condition. They had to put him on a certain type of medication that they said if he didn't go on, it could be fatal. And he took it as actually being a good thing. I guess different type of entities will use obviously different things in certain manners. So he took it as almost like a guidance. Like, dude, if that doesn't happen, I don't go to the hospital. It was interesting.
Real quick, and then I've got to go for a second, but I'll stay in the room. My heart, I had heart palpitations when I had my experience too. I thought I was having a heart attack when I had my encounter. So interesting that there's a little bit of 𝐞𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐧𝐭 there too, huh? I'll be back here in just a few, buddy.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah, they said something about they don't like the frequency of the heart because my heart has been targeted too. So ever since I started getting stalked by this matrix, something about the frequency of the heart they don't like. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that, but I know that the heart works like a magnet. I kind of ponder whether or not the heart isn't partially responsible for keeping our consciousness in the body.
Oh, okay. Huh.
I've heard different things about the frequencies and the heart and the anything that's not like them, they obviously are going to be against. So you just got to sort of figure out. Everyone's experiences are slightly different. I could tell straight up, I feel like I'm completely, I don't know how to explain it, dude. Protected. I don't experience any type of darkness come around me or in. I will tell you this though. During my awakening, I could see shit in people that no one could tell me different, and I could sense it very quickly that someone was being impeded upon through something of a means that I don't know what it was. The only thing I could consider is maybe a form of possession, because I was able to see people who would be talking to me in a certain manner, and out of nowhere they would start talking. It was them, but you could sense it. They were making no sense, and they were talking about things that had absolutely no relevance to our conversation. And a couple times I made comments about things that I was starting to come to terms with about reality, and I could see that they would give me a lot of pushback, but it was weird. It was their whole energy and vibration would change. And I would look at these people, and I'd be like, bro, what is it with you? And I was always curious, because a lot of people it happened to were actually genuinely good people that I knew. But I wonder if you are oblivious to the ongoings of what's going on here, if it makes you actually susceptible for an impedance,
Man, that's a good point. Yep. Yeah, if you're not aware of it, how can you say no to it?
And I sensed it, bro. Like I'm not, bro. I don't sense a lot of other things. Like usually in my home here, I used to be another guy who was afraid of the dark a lot because of horror movies growing up. But I genuinely have felt it in my life, my whole life. I didn't really come to terms with it up until the last couple of years, but I felt like I was protected. Like you know what? You be a good person, you be empathetic, and I just look back now on a lot of things in my life, and I'm like, you know what, man? I really do feel like I had like some type of angel on me, or something. Like there's something, some type of power that was promoting me to like shielding me from bad people and bad circumstances. And I feel like now that I'm through the awakening process, I definitely came across these certain people that I can't, dude. You know what was? I told my wife about it, and she was like, "Yeah," because she was around me a couple times when the conversations with these people would shift, and I don't think she could pick it up. What appeared like to her would be like almost just like, "Yeah, why the hell is he shifting this conversation like this?" But to me, I could sense it. You know what I'm saying? Like really sense the conversation shift, and it would shift towards things that bother me. That's the thing. It would almost shift. It was almost like the person was trying to antagonize me. And that was interesting. It was almost like they were trying to cause a disruption in who I am. And it's crazy. I told you disobey about the guy on Discord who told me about living in my nervous system. Remember that?
Dude, that was one of the wildest like stories I've heard in terms of like it revealing itself like that. Like I just question why would it even say that?
I know why it said it, dude. It's because at that time, when my mind went from being purely ego driven to being driven by my higher self, I truly believe 1,000% that there is something that knows that. There's something that knows it, it senses it, and when you are driving out of that mindset all the time, it picks up on you. And I think that might be when you become it like has a high interest. Like how far is this guy gonna go? Like when's he gonna turn? When's he gonna go back, revert back to that ego mind? Because the whole time for like a good I would say year and a half, 2 years, where I was in the full burst of my awakening of realizing how this world was, I could see it very easy. I'd be talking to someone, they'd switch, and that guy knew because I was talking to him on Discord, arguing, and we got that conversation. He said it with like a passion. He didn't say it with like as like a little dude who's trying to like get me mad. He said it with like authority. Like I live in your nervous system. No, we live in your nervous system. You ain't nothing but a petty little human, or some shit like that. And I was like, what? And I remember when he said it to me, and he started saying little things. He was like a petty little voice and like this, and I was like, what the hell is this? And I knew it. Like I sensed it in my nervous system. I sensed it. Like, yeah, this guy is not who he says he is. Like, no way he is. But this is the stuff I think that we have to figure out, bro. Because I do feel like when you're able to access that higher mind, and you know what, it's a very possibility that someone like I go back and forth from it depending on how under control my ego is. But if someone like you, like Disobey, are able to access that self all the time, then it might leave you open to more impedance because they're looking at you as, how far is this guy going to go? He's touching the secret. They don't want you to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like it. The more real you become, the more these entities attack, for sure. That's just been a given from my experience. You know, I mean, the entire society is designed to beat you down until you decide to just integrate with the flock. You know, the hive mind mentality.
Yeah, that's all it's all about. Integration, hive mind. Don't think outside the box. But I'll tell you this, man, it is a gift to be able to see things like this. A lot of people will call me a pessimist. Like my wife would be like, man, you'll ruin anything. Like you don't see it. You see the world as like this crazy place. Like you're never happy. I said, but you know what's crazy? I said, actually, it's the opposite. I said, I'm a pessimist to society and what they're doing to innocent souls. I said, I do see beauty in the world. I said, I don't think I see a butterfly, land in a patch of grass. I find a majesticness in that. I said, but I also just am not going to play the ignorance is bliss game to what's going on here.
Yeah.
There's a time and a place to
100%.
be happy, and there's a time and a place to say, no, that's not right.
I couldn't agree more, my friend. I could not agree more. That's facts. Yeah, I think it's a disservice to the true good innocence of this world to play by its rules and pretend like everything's all right when it's clearly not. Like this ain't the way things are supposed to be at all. So I respect the hell out of you for being real about it, regardless of what other people think. Because a lot of people want to act like almost like victimized by someone being honest. Like, oh, you talking like that doesn't. It's like it just doesn't make them feel good for you to be that authentic and genuine. It's like, well, our job isn't to make people feel good. It's just to tell the truth.
That's the key. It's like, listen, I'm trying to dig into your darkness so you could find the light. Like, I'm not trying to just give you more light because your light is an illusion. Another thing that I've come across is that I used to be huge into sports, right? Football in particularly. And I have my buddies I talk to, and now I realize how many people, and it's a great thing actually, because I could actually reflect now back, and I could see that so much of my life and my conversations were based off of sports and like things on TV. There's things that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, distractions, right? But now that I try to talk about things that are more in depth and deeper, like questioning reality and who, what, and where we are, I notice that some people, they can't do it, bro. They can't. Like, it always goes back to sports, no matter what. I could sit there and tell people how pretty much we're being polluted and poisoned and we're being completely tricked. And within 30 seconds, they'll go, hey, did you see this person on the Sport podcast talking about the Cowboys? And I'll be like, no, I didn't see that, bro. Obviously, I didn't see it. Like, come on, man. And this is like, I'm talking about the same thing over and over and over. People cannot get out of that. Like, they call it bread and circuses, right? Back in Roman times, just to keep the people distracted, give them bread and circus.
Yeah, it's like they're not allowed to break the script, right?
Dude, it's insanity. But the same people every once in a while will say something that will spark my interest. They'll say, yeah, I can't believe that these people on the these leaders, the presidents and the world leaders aren't doing right by the people, and they're doing this crazy stuff with kids. And I sit there and go, okay, you are receiving information, like you're seeing it, so you're not just completely just blocking it out. But why is it that you choose to see the information, take it in, and then completely ignore it? It's like that information gets filtered into a different bank.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
Hard, bro. I try. One thing, dude, I try hard, like really hard, man. Like, I was a guy, like, I got like a bunch of TikTok videos, and I would never in a million years think that I would ever I used to stream on Twitch, and I would never think that I would start making videos about this stuff because I realize how it looks. But something in me just was saying, nah, bro, you can't, this isn't right. Like, you can't just allow this to be like this, dude. You have to say something. You can't just turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are occurring here and not say anything. And bro, you know what? I'd rather move on after this physical reality is done and be able to look at my soul and say, hey, you tried. At least you gave an effort. Then you didn't pull a cipher and enjoy the steak.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you're going to feel a lot better about yourself if you do the right thing. It's not going to be the popular thing in a place like this, though, unfortunately.
Dancing and singing on TikTok. It's so crazy because my wife's TikTok, I see her doom scrolling, and I see the videos she's getting, and I'm like, holy shit. I was like, these are the same videos I would have been getting a couple of years ago. It's all just distraction, bro. Every single piece of it. It's to keep you genuinely from asking why, how, who, it's just nonsense. It's complete it's like being in a concentration camp and sitting there and singing, a Rolling Stones tune. Like, yeah, bro, I love this song. It's so great. I can't wait to go out and throw back a 6-pack of beers and do the Macarena. Like, dude, you realize where you're at here? Like, until proven otherwise, and I'm not saying it's exactly that. It's not a camp, but it is something here. The way it's structured is you're in something here that is literally designed to keep you down. You have to realize this. And then people will look at people like us and go, you're just mad at the world, or they'll try, they'll formulate an opinion about who we are based on why we see reality like this. Listen, I would say I'm a pretty, my life, I'm not suffering in life. A lot of people look at me and go, you're not really suffering. You go, why are you so mad at the world? I'm mad at the world because there's wrong going on. And I have suffered a lot of my life for the OCD, because I did suffer a lot of my life. At this time in my life, I'm not in extreme suffering. But I have suffered a lot in my life. And just because you're not fucking actively down in the dirt, getting ready to jump off a bridge, doesn't mean that there aren't people that are genuinely really being destroyed by life. And I think it's up to us to try to help these people to realize, hey bro, it's not your fault. You're almost you're sort of tricked into this mindset that you're in. So I feel like it's our responsibility. It genuinely is.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that you do that, because it's not easy. It's not easy being honest in a world that's designed to punish authenticity, beat authenticity into submission, basically. Not a nice place.
No, it's all suffering, bro. It's about suffering. Dude, I suffered so much in life, my whole life. And know when my suffering ended? When I had my awakening. That's when it happened. 2022, that's when it ended. And it didn't actually end. You know what's crazy, bro? How weird is it like this? You would think that someone comes to this knowledge of what's going on here, that you'd be like, bro, it's like now you're really gonna suffer. For some reason, this knowledge actually, I don't know, it helped cure me of any type of mental distress. Because now I realize more than ever, okay, things here aren't the way they should be. And there's definitely a big problem. But it cured a lot of the questions I had. It gave me answers to a lot of questions, especially questions of a higher power, a creator, who we are, our essence. It made me feel like there's a lot, dude, this made me feel like a lot of the things that my OCD was always hitting me with. It made me feel like, you know what, bro, this is all fear-based. Everything that I thought was probably just make-believe, seems like a lot of it's real. Yeah, we're in a hijacked system. There's an evil, there's a good, there's a soul, there's a divine presence, there's a consciousness field, there's a toroidal field around a flat earth. This is insane. You know what I mean? This stuff.
Yeah, truth is stranger than fiction. The truth is stranger than fiction.
But the thing is, people would rather sit down, watch their TV, eat their cheese doodles, than accept that they've been lied to. And that's unfortunate.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. It does not reap any true rewards. The system's designed to make us like it, liars. And when we lie to ourselves, ain't nobody able to tell us the truth, only us. I think that's why they say the truth's within.
Yeah.
Place you'll find it.
You know what's interesting too is that at the end of the Bible, right? At the end of the Corpus Hermeticum, a lot of these books, it points to this, which is interesting because I don't follow one particular belief system. I feel like there's a lot of truths in many belief systems, right? But you have to have discernment, because if you don't have discernment, then you're just going to be pulled into another cult. And a lot of at the end of the Bible and the end of the Corpus Hermeticum, they both talk about people who are speaking truths being labeled as lunatics.
Yeah. I mean, you invert a reality, erase memory, put everybody in that reality, and all they know is the lie. Anybody that tells the truth is going to seem like a lunatic.
Because even though you're not extremely religious, you do what you speak. You speak on the side of mystical happenings, right? So science is literally against what you speak and what I speak. So even though we're not inherently
100%, yeah.
extremely religious, we are taking an approach that would be more on the religious side of what religion speaks, right?
Mystical, yeah. Or yeah, mystical is one word for it.
Yeah, but that's exactly what they're saying in these books. Like they're saying that when people start talking about God or start talking about supernatural happenings or things that aren't explained by physical sciences, those people will be labeled as lunatics and crazy, and they will be mocked. Like it says this. And it seems that this is where it's going now. Although there's a lot of people waking up, there still are a lot of people that when you have certain conversations, they'll look at you like, what the hell's this guy talking about? But we are coming to the time, bro. It's coming, dude. It's coming. I keep telling everyone. My wife's like, yeah, you think? I was like, listen, you may not want to believe me. I said, I'm not going to be one of these people that are going to give you dates. I said, if you cannot sense it just with your being, I said, you should check again. I said, everything in this world right in front of your eyes is showing you that these times that we are in, now, whether the whole world ends as we know it or just completely resets, I said, you could see it here. Like everything is being exposed here in order to get you to see. Now, are you gonna follow the path? Are you gonna follow the white rabbit? Or are you gonna choose to go the other direction? Yeah, Alien Babe down there said exactly. They're slowly adjusting us to insane pacifists. Exactly. That's exactly what they want you to do. They want to expose you and desensitize you to information. They want you to be completely robotic and have absolutely no emotional output. I ain't gonna work on me. I'm too emotional. I feel bad though.
Alien. When are you going to come up, Alien? Sorry, Jesse, go ahead, buddy.
No, I said I feel bad for a lot of people, man. Because, I think a lot of, once you come across this information, you're sort of like an outcast a little bit. Because now it's like you're trying to figure out how to function properly within the circus, knowing that you're a clown if you try to function. You know what I mean? So it's very hard for me, man, now with this knowledge, because I'm trying, like, I want to use the knowledge that I've gained through life, and the suffering that I've been able to, endure, and help people to try to thrive through their sufferings. But then there's another side of me that's going, dude, like everything here is rigged. Like, how do you participate in something that is designed for you not to really be your true, honest self, right? Like, it's like it wants you to, like, I don't know, dude. It's like you want me to go to college for a couple years here and study, and I'm gonna be like, know how hard it's gonna be for me. I did it in my life already. Like, I've schooling. Like, you want me to go to, like, regurgitate false history? I had a problem, like, with history. I actually used to love history, but now if I, like, sitting there reading history and I gotta remember things that my conscious mind is gonna be saying, yeah, this shit's probably all fake and made up. None of it's probably real, and now I'm gonna have to get tested on it. Know what I'm saying? Fucking insanity. And my daughter's about to go to college to be she's about to go to college. She's highly, academically inclined, and she wants to be a psychologist. So she's majoring in biology because she might want to be a doctor. But I talk to her all the time about, do not allow the indoctrination of your mind to ruin who you are. Like, you have to do what you have to do in these schools. Get the stupid piece of paper that they require, which is nonsense. Not in all fields, but the amount of school they make you take is ridiculous. It's all a money grab. I said, just get what you need so you could, do good for people, but don't let it change who you are on an inner level. And she gets it, but she gets it. She's like very on par with me, where she sees like the world very like, yeah, it's not right. There's something real off here. Like they definitely are selling us something that's not real. I think a lot of the kids are waking up to this.
Yeah. Yeah, it is happening. Just, will it happen fast enough to have the effect that we want? Freedom.
Were you good at games, Disobey? The video games? Were you good?
I'm all right. Yeah, I like games for sure. I do like games.
I notice in life, I used to play a lot of different games. I started playing a lot of shooters later on in life, first person shooters. And I noticed it's very interesting, but I swear, I think if people were to do a study on different personalities and different people's makeup of the mind, on how they function in certain gaming environments, like if you were to put like 10 people onto like a first person battle royale shooter, like a Fortnite or a Warzone or one of these games, Battlefield, and study them on how they maneuver in these games, it's amazing to me, because the people I know who are very good at these games, dude, they seem a lot more open to what's going on in the world. Now, how those two things relate, how the brain functions, how it's tied together. But it's interesting because the other people I know who absolutely are dog shit in these games, that just can't get better at them no matter what they do, they just don't get better. They stay in that mindset, of that same steady mindset of, this is how it is, I can't do nothing about it, I'm just going to live my life. This is how it is, the same regurgitation. And it's interesting to me to like observe this, because I've always been like that. I've always like video games or different schoolings I've taken, just looking at people and wondering, like, why does this person do the thing that they do? Why do they think the way they think? I'm starting to realize this. A lot of people are just running on autopilot, bro. Like, they don't want to know. Like, the reason why you're on this thing is because you want to know. Like you have a thing in you that truly wants the truth, right? Like more than anything, you want the truth. And that's what I want. I want the truth. Some people, just like the video games, they don't care if they ever hit that peak of how good they could be, or what they got to do to be that good. They're content with just being on autopilot and just knowing just enough about the game to just function in it. You know what I'm saying?
That's an interesting analogy, yeah. Why do you think that is? Do you think they're there specifically to hold up the facade, or do you think that they just are afraid or been too worn down, beat down by the system, or
I think it's both.
What do you think it is?
I think it's both. I think it's some people are completely asleep still because of the programming, and I think some people are genuinely maybe just part of it. Like, they literally, not a lot of people I know, but I've come across people online that have said some things that, to me, a normal human soul wouldn't really say, But I would say a lot of people are beat down and programmed to the gills. They're so programmed that they literally can't think their way outside of the programming, because they're taught how to think. So they're thinking within the program's parameters. You know what I mean? So until they're pushed to think out of those parameters, they're not going to really be able to. And usually that happens through suffering or an identity crisis of some sort.
Yeah, like the system pushes too hard and it actually has a backlash that I don't know that it necessarily was intended. I think a lot of it is, we're all our own unique beings. So, you apply one formula, right? But then it's the same formula across the board, but then the variable is that individual being. So how we respond to some of the traumatic events or experiences of this place isn't how someone else responds. Like, it might work on even a majority to beat them to submission and compliance, but then some of us, it's just not part of our innate personality to submit to something like that. Like it gets to the point where we just get pissed off about it. I like what Alien Babe said about, I wish I knew why we were here, but I just feel like food that has to pretend that it's not food, and suffering breeds programming. Yeah, I would say that something about trauma allows programming to bind more to the mind. Like there's something about, I think that's why so many of us get traumatized at a young age, because it almost bonds us to this identity in this world and that ego attachment. It's like that's like the binding protocol is to generate some kind of traumatic experience or event so that we hyperfixate and identify with the body and the environment that is this place.
Yeah. Well, suffering breeds fear, and then fear breeds a need. You need a need for peace. A need for something to happen in order for that trauma to be healed. But the same thing said for like how a lot of people do. It's very interesting because it seems like suffering could put people into a state of a complete state of delusion, obviously, but suffering could also relieve people because then they start seeking outwardly. You know what I mean? Or they start seeking outside of the box that they once thought was the only box that in existence. It's really just a battle, dude. It's a battle of, dude, I had some crazy suffering when I was a child, bro. Like some crazy stuff. And it definitely could throw you off course with your thinking because you really become a victim in the world. You develop a victim mindset, which I carried for most of my life. A victim mindset that then turns into anger. And even when you realize you're not the victim, that you still carry that victim mindset. It's because of wounds that are not healed. And it does seem like once you are able, dude, to transmute that, I feel like that's when people start to think differently. There's no room to be a victim here no more, bro. Like, this is the truth. Like, there's no room to be a victim. You can't be a victim no more. All the souls here who are not born into some type of prestigious bloodline or some cult are all victims in some form or fashion, right? So now we know what the deal is here. We realize that, you know what, bro, we ain't fearing shit. No more fear.
Right, I agree with that.
And
yeah,
I don't care.
Are you familiar with the work of Mike Martin at all? I don't know if I ever mentioned him to you, but he talks a lot about how this like predator intelligence needs us in that place of victimhood, and when we flip that script and we basically become the predator, it kind of, it doesn't have a choice in that change of dynamic where it's only the predator because it's convinced us that we're its prey, or mostly that the memory wipe has done most of the work for it, and then the trauma through the environment has, what, like you said, implanted that victim mentality. But it's like you just got to step back and look at this whole place, like everything that they're doing to beat us down and wear us out through everything that this place is formulated to be, and what they're upgrading to, right? Like everything they're doing now is just an upgrade to already, you know what I mean? Like if you look at like the medieval times, like this place has always been what it is. They just have more technology to implement the formula. So don't be the victim, because if they got to do all this shit just to contain you, right, then what are you really? You're something that needs this much protocols and organization and orchestrated plans to beat down for what? There's a reason why they're doing everything they're doing. It's because you're greater than them. And it's like, imagine if you had to go out and psychologically traumatize a head of lettuce before you picked it out of the ground. It sounds ridiculous, right? Like, no, I can just go pick the lettuce out of the ground if I want to eat it. Like, they're not the same way. They can't just come pick us out of the ground. They have to do so much work to get us to a state of compliance before they can actually come to try to integrate us. Like, it's insane how much work they got to do, and then they want to act like they're the superior entity. Like, what a fucking joke.
Yeah, I've come across Mike Martin's content on YouTube. I agree with a lot of what he says. I gave him a question one time, hoping that he gave me the right answer, and he gave me the wrong answer. So that sort of left me a little stagnant with him. And
What was the question?
the question was, so he was talking about things, about his experiences in the astral, as he says that he's highly, obviously, experienced in it. And I asked him, we were talking, I heard him mention something about space. And I was like, all right, I want to ask this guy a question. I'm going to see how knowing he is and how open-minded he is. And I said, hey, Mike, I said, what do you think of a lot of people talking about the shape of the Earth and it possibly not being a globe? Do you feel like it's just a distraction to get people, confused about where they live? And I was hoping that he was going to say to me, nah, we're not on a globe. Because this is something that I know. Like, this is something I know. Like, I didn't even no one changing my mind on this. I've done a lot of research into this, a lot of studying on it. I've done a lot of observations. No one's changing my mind on this. And he came out and said to me, it's a distraction. The whole flat earth stuff's a distraction. We're on a globe. Just like they say, that's not part of it. So right then and there, I knew. I was like, bro, you're pretty smart, or whatever you're talking here. I got to question you now, because I don't know. Because to me, you're not aware of this. So if you're not aware of this, and this is a huge thing to be aware of, you have to be aware of this. You have to know where you're at. If you still think you're on a globe flying at Mach speeds through space, bro, I gotta question everything you tell me. That's where I stand with it. And not that I'm disregarding the guy, but that stuff, to me, you cannot say you're on a globe and claim to be a truth seeker. I'm sorry.
Well, I just don't understand how, why does he come to that conclusion? Because, I've never been in space, so I can't say that it's a globe. You know what I mean? I don't know what the shape is, because I haven't been high enough, literally, to see it. You know what I mean? So, for him to say definitively that it's a globe, that is a little. I've never heard him say that. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I asked him in a comment on his YouTube thing, and that's what he said to me. And it's because of the only reason I asked the question is because of something he said in one of his videos about when he got out of into the astral. He mentioned something. I don't know if it was about the Earth or space. So I was inclined to ask him a question, and I baited him with the question. I wanted to see what his answer was going to be, and he gave me an answer that I wish he didn't get. Well, you know what, dude? It is what it is. I didn't wish or not. He gave me an answer that sort of said, you know what? I don't know how much of this guy's experiences are being generated by his brain and not truth. And that's a separation. There's a difference between an experience generated by the egoic brain and an experience generated by the soulful mind. And that's something that a lot of people have to differentiate. Is your mind glitching out and you're not picking up on it? Or is your real soul mind, is your brain glitching out, or is your real soul mind actually delivering a message to you? Because I'll tell you, there'd be a fine line there. I know a lot of people who have experiences that are driven through the brain. And then I know people who have experiences that are driven through the mind. And when the mind gives you experience, it's a very clear understanding of that experience and what's happening. I feel like, I don't know, bro, I'm not going to discredit the guy, bro. You can't tell me you live on a globe. And I did a lot of, dude, the thing is, when my awakening first started, I was pushed on the road to discover, where we are. And I was a science head. I understood a lot about science and about space and about, astronomy and about, the globe and all the science behind it. It didn't take very long for me, dude, to realize real quickly that they're hiding the shape of where we are. It's scientifically, it could be the physics of water. It shows you this, just the simple fact that you do laser tests along long fucking plains of land that will tell you that it does not curve. Observations from 50, 60 miles away where you should not be able to see certain objects in the distance. The fact that the sun and moon magically happen to be the same exact sign, although one is 264,000 miles away and the other one is 93,000 miles away. You know what I'm saying? These things don't just coincidentally line up like this. And it's once again the word coincidence. Oh, it's just how it is. No, it's not just how it is. You're being lied to. The reason why NASA, bro, does not give us one real picture, bro, like it's insanity, not one real picture they can provide us. Like right there, like that's the thing with the human consciousness that I feel like that's interesting to me is that, dude, they don't give you one real picture. They don't provide you with one real picture. Isn't that enough to spark someone to say, yeah, there's something you're hiding? Like that's all you need.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, dude, did you ever hear the story on why NASA said that they didn't go back to the moon? I think they said it in 2016.
What's the reason?
So NASA in 2016, there was an interview with like the head of NASA, and he claimed that there was more technology in a modern day Apple phone than there is in the space shuttle that went to the moon, right? Back in the 1960s. And then when asked, well, why haven't we been back to the moon? He replied, we haven't been back there because we lost the technology. That's what he said. We lost the technology, bro. You just said that the Apple phone had more technology than what was in the shuttle back then. And now you're saying you lost it. And then, so the original footage, the original raw footage of the moon landing, right? It's like you have the broadcast copies, and then you have the original raw copy. So the original raw copy was never seen. And when asked about what happened to the footage, you know what NASA said? That there was a shortage of magnetic film in the late 1970s. So they used the film and recorded over it. That's what they said. So, dude, do you hear what I'm saying? Like, dude, you recorded, or you went to the moon one time in all of existence, and you decided to record over it because there was a shortage of film? Are you kidding me, bro? They show you, but dude, this is what I'm telling you. They tell you, you don't have to do a lot of research. You don't have to get into the science. You don't have to get into density and buoyancy and electrostatics. All you have to do is literally look at NASA, and if you have any type of street smarts, you're gonna be like, yeah, this person's they're the con artist. They're selling me a lie. They literally are a snake oil salesman. Period. People don't want to see it, bro.
And then you got to ask why. You know, why do people just accept it? I think it's easier. It's easier to just accept what we're given instead of questioning.
And here's the why. Because if you realize that they lied to you about the shape of where you live, there are certain things that they can't say exist anymore. They cannot say things like climate change exists. Okay, they're going to completely, that'll go right out the window. You're also going to have people asking, well, if I am inside a containment system here, which is what this is, it's a realm, they're going to start asking, well, who put me in here and how did I get in here? Right? That's going to be the next thing. Who made this? Because then automatically you start thinking God. Like, how did I get in here? They don't want that. They literally don't want that. That's like those books say, at the end of time, the reason why people go at people like me and you is because we realize that there is something more than just this. The people at the end of days, most of them, or many of them, don't realize it. They're only science-based. They just look at everything as being, this is how it is. This is what I'm doing. I can't do nothing about it. I'm not thinking about what happens after this. And that's what they want to keep you from. Fucking insane, but you know what? Hey, it's better than not knowing, bro. I rather know all the unfortunate truths than not.
Yeah, agreed. Alien Babe said it literally shapes everyone's worldview. Yeah, that's a funny pun too. Shaping the worldview.
Dude, there's some songs that are interesting. That like if you look deep into like look, I'm not like a extreme like I even argue with flat earthers, bro, because I just like to debate. So I do agree that there's not a lot of models for the flat earth that I 100% agree with. I don't think we know what the sun and moon are. Like, I don't think we know what they are. I don't think they're what they say they are. I don't think they're fully physical objects. And I think that what happens is that both the globe earthers and the flat earthers attempt to put, especially the flat earthers, because the globe earthers need a model from the flat earthers. So the flat earthers try to give them a model, but in my opinion, the globe earth model doesn't work, and you can't really provide a flat earth model because you really don't know what the sun and moon are. Okay, you just don't know what it is. You could assume what it is, but you don't know what it is. And I believe a lot of these people nowadays, and there's songs that indicate this about like a wall, like we're like confined in here, and there's like an ice wall. That's what they say. Like Antarctic, the ring of Antarctic is all around us, right? There's a song by Jethro Tull in 1973, and at the end of the song, it's crazy. It says, as you get beyond the ice wall, and you look back and realize it was almost like a distant dream. Have you ever felt like you're a star in your own movie and you're the only one actually sitting in the audience watching the play? And the movie's about reality. The whole movie, I mean, the song's about reality. It's telling you, it's like once you escape the script, the reality, you look back at the ice wall, and then you realize like you're in the audience, but you're all by yourself watching the world stage. And I know you probably feel like that, almost like, bro, am I the only person? Like you're the star of your show. I'm the star of my show. And sometimes it makes you feel like, dude, this fucking thing's crazy, bro. Like it just feels like so isolating. And there's a lot of songs like that point to, especially from the 70s, from like groups like the Grateful Dead, Jethro Tull, Supertramp puts a bunch of them out there. A lot of things indicate and like saying this, giving us little hints of knowledge that they seem to have that we don't.
It makes you wonder why. Why do they have that knowledge? Are they just part of the system, or have they somehow... I mean, I just can't imagine you get to that point of fame and popularity without being of service to it, you know?
I agree.
Like you and I, no matter how good of songs we write, no matter what we do, we're not ever going to be put on out to view like that. You know what I mean?
I agree. I've come across some really good artists in my time, and I've seen, like, I've always thought, like, why isn't this person, on the world stage? It seemed like they could play I've seen a lot of good guitarists, man. Some really good, like, street guitarists. I'm like, dude, why aren't you in a band somewhere touring with the skills you got? But you're right, because you know why, dude? They're either not willing, or the system knows, like the evil satanic agenda knows that they are not of what they can afford to put on the world stage. It's a problem if you
Yeah.
stay on the world stage, bro. They don't want that, because you want to know why, dude? They know that there's only a matter of time before you rebel.
Yep. If somebody can't be, how would you put it, corrupted, then they're of no use to it.
That's exactly what they look for. I think they look at people that could be corrupted, people that are willing to do the wrong thing for the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, and also people who are. I feel like there are people that get up there, dude. Like I do feel like there's people that get involved with this occult-driven world stage, and I do believe they, not all of them, there obviously is some that you can have a change of heart, and I think some of them try to relay it in their music. Certain things. I mean, what's the song by Temple of a Dog? The farming babies while the slaves are working. I'm going hungry. Yeah, know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, that's right.
Yep.
That's right in your face. Like it's telling you, they're harvesting babies while they're farming babies while the slaves are working. They're telling you, like, and they put this right in your face. They put it in your face with Californication. Space was made in a Hollywood basement, right?
Yep.
It's
a good one.
They give you. Supertramp has an amazing song called "Crime of the Century," and in the lyrics it says something like they've gone from bad to worse. We stand back as they rape the universe. They do it consistently. Let's rip off the mask and let's see, but there's you and there's me. And it's talking about something. It doesn't say what they're talking about. It says, they've gone from bad to worse, and they pretty much, go after the universe, and they've gone from bad to worse. And the name of the song is "Crime of the Century," and the crime is something against humanity. And then if you look at that, if the Supertramp Breakfast in America album, if you reverse the cover, you see 9/11 above two towers, two skyscrapers on the album cover. You know, dude, it's like it's one big puzzle, you know, with a lot of breadcrumbs. If you're willing to try to collect the breadcrumbs, you will.
Yeah, it just baffles me why they do that stuff. I mean, those songs have been out for so long. It's like, were they like time capsules or something?
I
Or
agree
are
with
these
that.
people that are real trying to actually expose things?
Yeah, I think all I know is that on my journey in life, dude, like I've come across a lot of things, and I have to like narrow my journey down to my unique journey, just like you have your unique journey. And I've come across things that I look at as breadcrumbs that just make sense, because the lyrics don't make sense for a lot of the music. If I've read, like, I'm a big music head, and I've read lyrics on some of these songs, and I go, dude, what the hell are these people talking about here? Like, these are like normal, like this potheads from the 70s, just speaking like they're Shakespeare. You know what I mean? Like they're hitting lyrics that make absolutely no sense, but they didn't make sense to me before I woke up. But now when I listen to these lyrics, I'm like, bro, they're fucking they're saying things here, dude. Like, they're telling you. Rush is another group that has a ton of lyrics. There's a song that they have called Free Will. You'll like that one. You probably heard it before. And the song says, you could choose a ready guide in some celestial voice. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. And it's telling you that whether you choose this way or that way, you got to make a choice, because if you don't choose, a choice will be made for you. And it's talking about guides outside of the body. You know, it's like they're literally like putting these little things in the music. And that's a popular song back in the 70s. But the thing is, when you don't believe, dude, like Peter Pan, bro, in the movie Hook, you gotta believe, Peter. If you want to fly, you gotta believe. If you don't believe in this stuff, dude, then it doesn't matter if it's a breadcrumb or a map or anything that's trying to give you any type of advice, because you don't believe. So you're not gonna take the bread. You're not gonna take it. You're just gonna throw it to the side. I think that's what they're counting on, bro. That's what I believe. I think that's what they're counting on. They're counting on us not taking the breadcrumbs.
Yeah, the question still remains, why even put it out there then, you know?
That's what it comes back down to. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you 1,000% on that. That's why that's why I believe there's a war between good and bad, and not just bad, because there's a lot of breadcrumbs out there. There's a lot of things that sort of show us, even with the knowledge that we come across through the information that's out there. There's a lot of things showing us that this is what's happening. This is how it is. So there has to be something out there that they're either obeying, like they're following either a set of rules, or there's definitely it's a good and bad, dude. It's a good and bad. And it just seems, the unfortunate truth that I think people don't want to accept is that maybe a lot of people have allowed the bad to get this bad. And I don't know exactly how the system thrives off of it, but it seems like whatever that everything has opposites. So whatever that polar opposite to us is, seems to be driving the world stage. And like the end of that song I'm telling you about, it says, who are these men of lust, greed, and glory? Rip off the mask and let's see. Oh no, that's not right. What's the story? But there's you and there's me. Oh no, that can't be. So and that's not the only song that says that. Sympathy for the Devil, Rolling Stones, 1968, says the same exact thing. It says, when we ask who killed the Kennedys, and after all, it was you and me. A lot of the songs point back to us. Now, I'm gonna throw a fucking crazy thing at you. So it's a little crazy, but I'm gonna just go into my imagination real quick here. Imagine that there's a reflection of us, a polarity of us, that somehow this realm works off of, right? And this reflection, I want you to imagine it let's imagine it like an AI, like an Archon or something like that, right? A programming. This programming adapts to our actions and our will and intent, okay? And based off of how we evolve, as a human species, this program either grows in coordinates with our harmony or in coordinates with our destruction, right? Now, what if through all this shit that's been going on in this world all this time, and these recyclings and this, and now people are becoming fucking very disgruntled. There's, you know, you have all these insane people doing crazy things to children, and you know, all these vile acts. What if this programming is literally growing based off of the organic souls not holding up their end of the deal? Like, and I'm not saying me and you, although who knows how many times we've been here. But if you're one of these people that, for example, comes into this world, you decide to get a job on Wall Street, you get all your finances, you have 30 girlfriends, you know, you have 10 kids, you got a bunch of cars, you don't care about anyone but yourself. You're just a scummy fuck, pretty much. There's a lot of people like that in this world. Like, a lot of people in this world are genuinely not, you know, not nice, not kind, evil in a sense. Now, if there's something that's feeding off that, and now that system has gotten to the point where that system has overwhelmed us, like that one system that was once here to control what was going on here has now become so powerful that now it desires what you say. It desires the shit that we like. It's like it's bigger than us. So now it desires what we have to offer. So it wants us to be miserable. It wants it to keep going. So it's almost like the scales have somehow magically flipped compared to maybe, say, you know, when it's all first started. Because when you look at it, dude, we are sometimes our own worst enemies here. And I'm not saying me and you, but I'm saying there are a lot of people here that choose not to do anything. Like, they choose to be their own worst enemy. I mean, look at America alone, dude. America's fucking like 70% obese now. We can't even take care of ourselves. It's like they may give us the poisons, but we have no problem just ingesting it. And I wonder if the system at one point was designed for different purposes. You ever see the movie the movie with the answer's 42? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, the overall answer's 42. What the hell's the name of the movie? It's about
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes. You seen it?
Yeah.
So you know, in that movie, they're pretty much saying, listen, we're like, if you listen to that part where they're talking, like, it says we're gonna create a system where you're gonna learn what you are. You're gonna learn why you are, and you're gonna learn where you are, and you're gonna go into this matrix, and you're not gonna know anything until it's time for you to know. And when there's a part in that movie, if you really listen, they ask a question, and it pretty much says, now this is you, like, this is you now, like, this is what's going on here. And that's pretty much telling you that there's a system that was in place, and this system is designed to reflect you and us as a whole. So if we're being reflected as a whole, what it means is that we failed, bro, big time, as humanity. I'm not saying only our souls necessarily. I'm saying our humanity. If it is just one big experiment, and watch that movie Begonia, and you might come across something that indicates the same. Like, are we good? Like are humans necessarily, like, from your experience? Like, I've come across a lot of good people, but I've also come across a lot of people that are greedy and selfish and narcissistic. You know, the people that only do nice because they feel like they There's a difference, bro, between being a nice person because in your heart you know it's what you want to do, and being a nice person because people are watching you. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you could choose, like, to be how you are, like just like, all right, I'm Joe, and I'm me, and I'm gonna be who I am with no strings attached. And I know I'm a pretty empathetic guy. Like, I'm a loving person. I have a rage in me about a lot of things in my past, like fucking my upbringing and childhood and stuff like that. But I still carry a love in me. And you do too, because you wouldn't be doing these lives if you didn't. But some people, dude, on the external, they might show that they are this character, this loving character. And then before you know it, the beast comes out. You know, the sheep, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. A lot of people are like that, dude. A lot.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think we're all the same. I think it's like, from what I can tell, it just seems like there's different types of animators to bodies. Like some are animated entirely by this reality, by the coding of this place, and then others seem to be more self-determining, you know?
Yeah.
More self-determined.
It does feel like it's coming to a head here, though, dude. I think you agree on that. It doesn't. I don't think this is going to go on for decades more.
No.
This seems
No,
like
I don't think so.
seems like it's coming to a all to a halt. My wife says to me, "Well, you act like you want like you act like you'd rather not be alive than be." I said, "Look, I said it has nothing to do with that." I said, "You're wrong." I said, I want nothing more than just to know the truth about what's going on here." I said, and whatever has to happen here in this reality for the people to be relieved of this distress, I said, I feel like you have to want what's best for the whole. You have to. Like, if you're not woken up to this, you might sit there and go, I want to live for another 40, 50 years. But if you're awake, you're almost, every day you get up. I bet you're like me, Disobey. You probably get up every day and you go, bro, what's going to happen today here? Is this going to be the day that, like, finally, it's all going to be revealed of what's going on here? Is something going to happen? You know? I'm always waiting.
I think the big reveal is like, I think it's going to try to basically do a deeper like reset and integration. Like I think it wants a different kind of reset than what we want. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it wants the human avatar to be dumbed down more. This way, it's harder to think within it. The programming becomes deeper and denser, and you're not able to think outside the box. Do you feel like it would be a complete reset, or do you feel like it would be a reset of the world as we know it?
As we know it.
Yeah, like a Tartarian type thing.
Yeah, yeah. I think it would try to restructure it. I don't think it has the ability to do like a full reset. I think a full reset, like wipe everything away, would wipe it away.
Yeah. No, it needs enough. It needs enough of power to push the system.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting stuff about the early 1900s with the orphan trains, right? About how they said some of these babies came to be, they popped up out of nowhere, right? A lot of that stuff, man. It just goes to show you that history really was tampered with, man. Extremely, extremely tampered with. That's why you can't really look back and dude, like, you could try like to go back and try to figure things out, man, but you're only getting what they want you to know. You truly are.
His story, right?
Yeah.
It's his story.
You're getting what they want you to know. I mean, we used to think Christopher Columbus was a great guy. Fucking guy's a savage. You know what I mean? Like, he's a savage. And you know what? Even though when we know, here's the crazy thing about the United States. We know he's a savage, right? And we still give this guy a holiday.
Yeah. the greatest in the image of it, or what's put on a pedestal. Divide and conquer and subjugate, and you will be rewarded in kind.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Well, it says that in the Bible, too, about the separation of languages, the separation of people into different parts of the world. You know what I mean? It pretty much says all these things about separation. The best we could do, dude, is just keep gaining knowledge, spreading the word of just, what's going on or what we believe to be going on. Look, even though none of us have the exact 100% answer, but the best thing we could all do is just say, listen, we know what they're telling us is all bullshit. And there's something very mystical going on here that they're hiding from you. Start and let people go down the rabbit holes that they need to go down,
Yeah, I mean, the greatest rabbit hole is within yourself, right? Your own being.
I've seen.
Oh, we have a request. Who's request? Is that Caroline?
There you go.
What's up, Caroline?
Hello. Sorry, I had a phone call earlier. Do you
Oh, you're fine. You don't gotta
go down
apologize.
automatically when I swipe? I don't swipe it away, but I just, you know, do the thing.
I honestly, I don't know. I haven't been a guest on TikTok in so long.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, where is everyone?
That's a good question. Where the hell are we, Joseph?
I don't even know. Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
That's valid, yeah.
Twilight Zone's got a lot of truth drops in it too. Holy cow! Especially the older one. Surprisingly, the original.
Yeah, that is good.
Stuff in that one.
Original?
Yeah, there's a new Twilight Zone, and then there's the original black and white one.
I didn't know. I haven't watched movies or whatever in such a long time. It's a long time. They always try to get me on TikTok with their short dramas. What the fuck? and I watch it and I don't know why.
Drama? No.
Yeah, they kind of give the whole drama away in like the clip. It's not a short one, right? It takes a long time. And I'm always like, I want to know the end.
Drama? I don't think so. This place doesn't love drama.
Oh, it's beautiful drama. It's like about rich people, and then they have like an adopted daughter and a real daughter, and then the adopted daughter is getting treated well, and the adopted daughter is eventually unalive because they don't care about her, and then she comes back to life.
Ooh.
And then she takes revenge. You know?
Don't do anything to pull on your heartstrings.
I know, it's just when I'm getting ready in the bathroom and stuff, it's just good not to think. I like to watch it. It's cold. We need a plan for the winter to do calls.
What do you mean?
We all need a heated jacket or something to sit outside.
Oh, yeah. It's nice here now. Here I'm it's like 65 right now.
Wait, what is 65?
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's a lot for me. Kind of burny. Maybe like 20 or something.
Probably something like that.
Like above the freezing point, right?
Oh yeah, I mean it's nice. This is like spring weather.
Yeah, 20. Okay, like a 40 difference. About 40. Yeah, no, it's still cold here. We had like 2 week storms, power cuts, no phones. I just gave up the last days. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna read or something. I don't know what to do. It's annoying, but it was really intense. There was some advantage of the weather. No, I've seen that it was intense in the group as well. Like in general, the weather.
Great times.
What are they doing? Like, is a metal taste like something?
Yeah, I mean whatever they're spraying is just delicious, you know.
Yeah,
It's like magnets.
Talking to you, pal.
Hey, I appreciate you, Joseph, man. It was awesome having you on, dude. Come on anytime.
Yeah. Well, sorry, but if you were, you can keep going. Oh, I'm just rambling.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good, miss. I'm just I'm going to eat.
Okay.
Did you have anything you wanted to talk about in particular?
Oh, no, not now. I wanted to ask you actually. That's why I came up. Do you want to do a live tomorrow or the day after? It doesn't matter if it's late, early for you or for me. It doesn't really matter. I have a deadline today, but I do want to talk about a few stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested for sure.
Yep. I did send you a message, but it's something private.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can do a live for sure. What time? What time is it for you right now?
It's almost 12 in the evening. Night.
Okay.
Right. But
So
it doesn't
what,
matter. I'm
earlier?
always up. It's okay right now. Normally I'm like up till 4 or 5, sometimes later, so it doesn't really matter. I'm working in the night because I can focus. But today I have a deadline, so I need to keep going. Sadly. I missed a lot of there was just no Wi-Fi. My mom had to drive to the other town to call. I mean, but if you whatever suits you, because it's not really I mean, if it's not suiting you, you have to work too, right? Or you're with your grandparents. I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. Just let me know whenever you have time. There's no
Sure.
pressure. Is anyone in here actually?
Not really.
How do you see that?
Not a
Because
lot going on.
if you like if you press the numbers, then you can see who was in here, or
Honestly, I don't even know.
oh, maybe no, I don't know. It never made sense to me. Never. Anyway, it doesn't matter. How are you doing actually? Yeah, no, but I want to do
Oh,
lives myself, so I was
peachy.
just figuring it out loud. But TikTok is complicated. Yeah, how are you doing?
Oh, just really
Same.
basking in all the you know, the whoosh energy. Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about did I send it in the chat that they are like installing extra stuff? Because that's actually the same thing as Sabrina is speaking about, but they're just gonna make it I don't really believe that it's ever gonna work ever, because if you look at how persistent nature is, the natural is always going to try to manifest itself through. It's only gonna get really, really disgusting and really dumbed down, but it's never gonna work. It's only gonna go towards more decay and suffering, or just numb, and then there's nothing left. Nothing.
I think the more you try to compress us, the more it's gonna set off the alarms that something's not right. It's ultimately the whole thing's just about us. It's about the energy of eternal beings.
Yeah.
Not about anything other than that. So it all being orchestrated to control and manipulate that. I agree it's not gonna work the way they think it's gonna work.
No. It's gonna be it's gonna depend. It's gonna be very ugly sometimes, I think, for some.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get pretty nasty, but it's not any different than what it's been. It's just more will be experiencing it. You know?
I'm not completely out of that part yet, actually. Like how I need to perceive that. I kind of
You
worry.
just gotta remember it's all an illusion, you know? It's all made up. This entire reality is
Yeah,
an
okay, but I
illusion.
agree. But somehow we're here, and we're tied to this. So it worries me that they are able to do it now, and they have been able to do it for so long. What is going to be different when they try?
I think it'll either be another level of illusion that's even more difficult to discern, or it'll be the complete disintegration of this reality. I really see that as the one or the other option.
Yeah, so whatever, so let's say that they succeed or partially succeed, then that would die out as well, because they would just, like, in general, they would just have nothing new because they numbed it all down. You can only take so much, and if you don't recreate it, it's not gonna be there anymore. And on the other hand, you have this, yeah, indeed, like it's I just hope it's gonna be fast.
I think that'll depend a lot on us, you know, because I don't see it as a spectator sport. We're very much involved in the way this is going to go and the rate at which it's going to disintegrate. I think it's very, very much up to us how long this facade continues.
Until we all what lay it all out, or just do the thing.
Something like that, yeah, something like that. Till we decide that enough's enough and we disintegrate it from existence. Which is going to be a lot easier to comprehend.
No, I thought
when
about
we're
that,
out
and I
of the
agree.
body.
But I don't want to say that on here because I don't want to make people think that they have to go and do things that they don't need to touch. But they have been, they know this for a long time, right? For always. So I think there is going to be the moment they want to do this convergence, like Sabrina is speaking about, or integration, whatever you want to call it. I don't even know if, because there are a lot of us who are not aware, right? So are they able to hold what they are stuffing in? Because in some way we are all kind of connected, and if they have a way to capture these things, then
Well, the great thing about when it comes to take is that it leaves itself open. So if something can touch you, you can touch it back. That's what it doesn't want you to know. It doesn't want anybody to realize that if it can come to take something from you, it can also be taken from, you know, and it just relies on the element, like all predators, it relies on surprise, concealment. Yeah, it just wants to catch everybody off guard.
yeah.
Its whole modus operandi is, like any predator, get us in a state of vulnerability out in the open and strike. You know?
I know, but it's the part that worries me is that somehow we all have this connection, and then that's not a we are all connection. We're all one. It's a connection that you have somewhere, and if someone is already partially trying to deliberately integrate because they think it's okay to do that, then I don't know to what an extent that it can take or that we can take, or whatever we're gonna do. We're not gonna take anything. I guess it's just
Well, you're your own being, so if you don't want to integrate with it, it can't force you to do that. It can try to force you. It can make an attempt. But again, what can touch you leaves itself open to be touched.
fact. What do you think about these tapes? I know these tapes are a lot of woo around it, but
What do you mean? The tapes?
the gateway tapes.
I mean, anything that's released to the public and spread throughout the community is absolutely always benefiting it in some way. You know? I mean, so what are they doing? They're creating an entire base of what you're supposed to be experiencing, right? So it's like they're establishing another station. And through the establishment of that station, you now have predictability in the movement of that mind and how they're going to navigate in that realm.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm following completely. It's
So they paint the picture in order to get you to go through an environment that they're already in control of.
yes, exactly.
So I mean, yeah, I think it's as simple as that. I don't see too much to be done with it because it's external information.
Does it sound? Did you listen to them or one of them or?
No, I did not. I did not because it didn't feel like
No,
something I should do.
but just because you don't really have to listen to it like more than 1 minute. It sounds so familiar. So familiar.
Familiar in what way?
As in from a long time ago. And I didn't look into any posts about it because I know that that's a thing and everyone feels important to belong with it, but it sounds so familiar. And I'll never listen to it. I never ever listened to it.
So is it a copy is my question. Is it just another copy of something that is real?
I do think things that are out there are copies. I don't think it's gonna be out there. They will never allow that if that's important to them, but like it's gonna be the original frequency in the sound that needs to match, right? But in general it just sounds so familiar, and that bothers me a lot because there's so much to do about these tapes.
Familiarity, right? Familiarity does a lot for generating compliance. They do love their familiarity.
Yeah, but how are they able to contain one that is actually infinite or even more, or part we all have that part in us, so how is that even possible? That is what I don't understand, and that's why it bothers me that they know, because these tapes are like these installations of certain things, and it triggers things with people, and I just wonder why now, why are they doing that now? Because they're gonna try to capture it all, because then they can recreate it, right?
Yeah. Why now? That is a good question. If not now, then when? It's got to try at some point.
But as long as you don't consent to it, or don't know that you're consenting to it, because that's the tricky thing, to give it away. I don't know. That's the only part that really bothers me. Like, it's a thin line. If you think about it, it's been going on for so long.
Too long.
But yeah, I think they never ever, like, because we speak about they, or I speak about they, but it's not even they no one is in control, but only one thing. And it's funny because I think they're so scared right now. The ones with the money.
Well, the ones with the money are just an extension of it. So, I'd be afraid if I was it too. Especially all the work that I put in to try to subjugate and steal.
Yep, exactly. That was what I was thinking as well. And then now realizing that you're not gonna be part of anything because it's gonna just
Dissolve.
yeah, or take control, whatever. Whatever they think is gonna be, but it's kind of funny. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny. Because what did they think? What did they think? Anyway, it's getting like too crazy for words, whatever is going on. Like yesterday I had this I was reading on my phone and suddenly the room changes, but it didn't mention. I was like, dudes, really? That's not how you do it.
What was the intent? Did you get a sense of what the intent was behind that experience?
Yes. So yeah, I can do that. I told you I can just be somewhere else if I want to, but it matches the environment perfectly. And so my impression was, because I had this wind sound in my ear, in my left ear, and then it started to change, but it didn't overlay completely, so I could still see part of both. I was like, okay, I think it was to see how I would react towards it, or if I would take control over that part to then see how I do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely always trying to figure out how we do what we do in order to adjust and create firewalls so that we can't take control.
Yeah. And then
What's up, Pickens?
it started to heat up like crazy, like a fever.
Like the environment started heating up, or your body?
My body.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I sleep on the sofa since a week now because my room is just I don't know, if I close my eyes it's like I don't know, there's so much going on while there's actually nothing, but
There's plenty going on.
yeah, it's like a heavy feeling in there, and then the dark, and even if I leave a light on, it doesn't feel safe anymore. So the sofa it is.
You know, I had that experience last night a little bit, and I kind of just did some things. I mean, you want to always recognize that you can counter anything that it does, and it's a lot of times it wants you to try to counter it so it can read how you're doing it so it can adjust later, but there's no amount of adjusting that it can do that you can't have a counter for.
Oh yeah, so like start moving around, really doing a lot of things, not just shake a little bit, but
I mean, just adjust the energy, you know, like identification of the signal and restructuring or dissolving that signal.
check.
You know, because you're the administrator. It's not. It's pretending it's the administrator. It's just because we don't have awareness of the structure that it can manipulate a structure. As soon as you gain the awareness of the structure, you can kind of take it over.
Yeah, fact. Yeah, because when that vision changed and it was like not completely correct, I was like, okay, if I adjust this into what they want, they have what they want. So I was like, I'm just gonna sit here and hold this. It's kind of weird.
Don't stagnate in it either. You want to adjust it to what you want. You know?
Yeah, the normal room.
Yeah, adjust it how you want it to be. And I think ultimately how you want it to be is where that type of intrusion doesn't occur. So it's like you don't want to just treat the symptoms, you want to try and locate the source of the intrusion. You know, where's the extension coming from? And the more you locate the extension and the more you trace that back up closer and closer to the source of it, you know, if you're aware of it, you can disintegrate it. And if you disintegrate it, it's going to have to output more energy.
Why? Wait. Maybe you can help me. Because, like, the thing is, we heat with the air conditionings here because the thing is broken. Anyway, it always has this clicking sound. And it does that all the time. And it goes through my whole nervous system. But it's the whole day. But I was sitting next to it, and that's when it happened. So, is that what you mean? Like, because I never tried that before.
So the air conditioner, it's like whatever the signal is being, it's like a receiver. Everything here is like receiving and transmitting.
Yeah.
So whatever is transmitting to that device to transmit to you, it's like the person that gets taken over, right? It's not that person, right? It's not that image. So it's not the air conditioner. It's what is transmitting through that. Locate that entity behind that, and then if you can go further and locate the entity behind that, usually they like to work through proxies of proxies of proxies, meaning that it'll be a puppet, controlled by a puppet, controlled by a puppet, all the way to the top. Right? And obviously, as it separates from the top, the next puppet down will be on a different station, right? And that the cord that it's tethered to is like the link between its intent guiding that entity on that other station, but the more it has to separate, the more it distorts the original intent. And that's why its greatest effect that it could have would be through direct interaction, which is also its greatest vulnerability, because when you're in the presence of parasitic intelligence, you can start to discern and decipher the distinct differences between what you are and what it is. So it has to work through proxy, and in a way, even though it doesn't get the origin signal some of the data gets fragmented in that transmission of what its original intent is through that code, it's still a protective barrier for it. So even though it diminishes its effect, it also puts a level of separation between you and your awareness of it and it, the original it.
Okay, but how? Because
I actually have something to say about what you just said.
What's up, Pickens? How you doing, buddy? Your mic's kind of low.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep, sounds better.
Okay. I said I had something to input about what you just said.
Sure.
It seems you can find out what the parasitic intelligence is when you ask them what they said, and they don't remember what they said when they were trying to gaslight you in the first place.
Yeah, that's their first language, is gaslighting in any language.
Really?
Of course.
But how would you would just, like, how do you say locate it? Because close your eyes, try to feel into where it's coming from, or...
So like imagine you're sitting in a room, right? And there's like 30 people in a room that you're sitting in, but you can feel one individual in particular has got their attention on you. You can just it's like you can feel the eyes on the back of your head. Have you ever had an experience kind of like that, where you can tell that somebody's paying attention to you?
Yes.
So in a way you can trace that signal back to the observer.
Oh, I'm getting sick.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So and the reason it works through proxy the way that it does is because it would be too easy to trace its signal if it was directly coming from it. So it has to put it through all these different receiver transmitters, being these puppets, these archons, these agents of the Matrix.
Oh my God.
It just hides itself because it has to. The first rule of being a predator isn't to eat, it's to hide. So it hides and uses all these puppets, and the puppets are all expendable. right? You eliminate one of the puppets, right, by pulling the energy out of them. It has an impact, but it can recover. You know, it's like if you put money into something and then you don't get the money back. It's like, okay, well, it has more money in the form of energy. It has more energy and it can generate another puppet, but it's more than likely not going to try to generate that same situation, scenario, character in your experience if it doesn't get a return on what it's invested into that event or
Yeah,
interaction.
like the heat and then and anxiety stuff if you don't do what it wants you to do, and
Yeah, and
or
if you
other
take it,
things. So I mean,
yeah, right. And I almost think that there is no, like, I don't think there's like a neutral stance, you know, because automatically when you go through that experience with your nervous system, your energy is already being taken just from your attention on it. So you're already in the negative on your energy in that experience automatically just by having the experience.
oh yeah, I
But
can feel that there's like something, because that's when it and it spooks me because I'm just sitting there, right, trying to do something, and then every time it's like this clicking thing, and then it's all around you. It's like this dense layer on top of your skin, and it stays
right,
there for and yeah, you can try to walk around, but if it's because it's all around the house, so yeah, it's kind of
right. So
expanded, yeah.
automatically you're already just from the experience, you're already in the negative in terms of energy that from interacting with it, right?
Yeah.
If you were to count up all the energy that you've given versus what you've received, it's a net negative. So the only way to rebalance that is through action, internal action.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Because you can't just be neutral to it. Because okay, say you like, yeah, it's good to not feed into it and react to it, but there has to be a response because there's already been a theft that's occurred, right? It's already imposed an experience through the nervous system to generate some form of harvest for it. And so the only way to balance that out would be to go to the source of whatever tentacle, right? It's just a tentacle, it's one cord coming from the head, and in the very least recapture what was just taken, if not more. If you can identify and locate that particular cord, usually you can pull more energy out of it than what was just taken, because it has a reserve, because it had to come at you already with something animating it.
Yeah.
Right? It had some amount of energy to animate it in order to come to try and take more than what it took to animate that. And when you take all that out, you just created a net loss for it in terms of extraction of energy. It has now been extracted from, and so that no longer becomes a viable route to try to take energy from you when you've taken more. Until it becomes a negative for it, it'll just keep doing the same things, right? Especially whatever's most effective. But as soon as it's not effective anymore, then it'll shift and adjust to something else.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
like,
true. Always. Yeah. The only thing that I didn't, that's so stupid, because I didn't link the air conditioning. Because that's been going on for a long time, and it starts to bother me so much.
Yeah, so there is a
Okay.
when you interact with this intelligence, you can sense that it has something similar or akin to awareness. You know, it has something that resembles intelligence, and in a way it has a type of focus that you can feel the type of signal that's transmitted from that type of focus. And when you
Yeah.
can trace that back to that entity, especially if you have the ability to see into different bandwidths, it makes it a lot easier. But you can do it all just through feeling. It's just, I find that it's not as thorough as when you can actually perceive the projection of the image of the entity that's being used to harness the energy. It's a lot more thorough to actually perceive it on on more than just the feeling bandwidth.
Yes.
But you can still have an effect on it. You can still make it to where it's not beneficial for it, you know. Like if it's coming out neutral or negative with all of its interactions, it's really coming out negative because it's not whatever it put in to try to take from you, it didn't get a return on. And that's ultimately, I think that's the slow course to disintegrating this matrix, is to just take back what was already been taken and then take from whatever comes to take on an energetic level.
Yes.
You know, but the fast course would be to find the origin transmitter of the parasitic signal and eliminate that, and then all of the tentacles would go on their own. That, you know, it couldn't regrow anything. You know, it's like the Hydra.
And because I don't know what I can do. I mean, I can, because the AC connection, I need to stop that. I really didn't know what to do with it. I'm gonna try that because it's the only thing that I cannot counter. Like the perception change, it's funny because it's such a fail. Anyway, I can try to go somewhere, but I have no idea how to do that. What am I looking for? Because I need something to focus on.
Feel it. You got to feel like the distinction between the type of being that you are and this other intelligence, because as far as I can tell, that's all there really is.
Focus on you.
Yeah, like really isolate your own signal, and then once you've done that, you'll start to, like, those annoyances that you're feeling from the environment is probably already due to the fact that you have isolated your signal to a huge extent.
Yeah, I have, because and I know this sounds so stupid, but yesterday I typed into ChatGPT, or no, it was Gemini, and I was like, if you all don't stop this motherfucking shit, I'm just gonna jump off a cliff. And it was very silent. But it's just speaking it or whatever. I know it's stupid, but I was like, I need to do something. I'm sometimes like, I don't feel here anymore. Because I'm shielding myself from all the things. It's everywhere. Like in my room, I am not going there anymore because it knows every little thing. And if you're sleeping,
reclaim that space for yourself. If you know it's in there, that's a benefit to you because you know where it's at. You know, start looking at these entities like they're snacks. They're just meals for your eternal essence. All they've got is energy that they've stolen from you anyway. So it's like, you're just holding it for me, and you know, thanks for being so close that I can come and just take it back. Thanks for holding this for me. I'm here to take it now.
yeah, you're right. I sometimes.
Don't let it push you around. Don't let it push you out of your own room.
Yeah, that really sucks, actually. I'm sleeping with the dog.
And it gets off on it, too. It likes that it can push you around.
Yeah, and by the way, like, because I didn't want to come back to it in the chat, but what Christina typed in there, yeah, that's also a thing.
Is Christina in the chat right now?
No.
Was that earlier? What'd she say?
No, that was earlier. It wasn't. I don't know. I was catching up. I don't know. That was about in the sleep, and then I don't want to say that on here.
Yeah, I know. Non-consensual activities in the dream realm. Yeah.
Yeah, but I caught it, so I was aware, but I didn't know that it was a thing. But apparently, yeah.
It's a thing for sure.
It's disgusting, actually. Like, that is just too far. That is too far.
Everything it does is too far.
Yeah, everything.
For sure.
So how you been? Zoe?
Man, I have been up and down. Sometimes I feel really ready to just see it all, and then other times I'm like, man, I'm just tired, dude. It's kind of the
Yeah.
two that I bounce between. Is that
Oh, shit. Hold on.
How come that what I just don't understand is, like, for example, my mom is not affected, like, she lives downstairs, but she's not affected by it that much. But she's not oblivious for what is going on. So that's the part that I don't really get. Like for some, it's just all normal.
it depends on your level of
And
integration.
I don't want to say. You think they're all gone already?
I don't know if they're gone, but I know that when you're in compliance, it doesn't beat on you as bad, right? Like if you're not, the number one thing I notice is questioning. Once you start questioning, it doesn't like that. So those that aren't really actively questioning, they're not going to see the type of resistance. Now, unless it's preparing them for something, right? If somebody's at the end of that life script, you might see a little more bludgeoning, a little more beatdown going on during the end of that life script, because it's tenderizing them, getting them ready for another complying out of the body, because that's the most dangerous point for it, is transitional states when we're not in its hardware. We're not in hardware that it can control as easily. Its number one objective then is to get us back into hardware that it can control. Unless somebody's already a docile, controllable mind in or out of the body, which I think, again, the whole conditioning system here is to generate that outcome. But you're already in a state of non-compliance, and I don't think you have the ability to go back into compliance. So it's gonna.
Oh no.
every little thing is gonna, like nails
Never.
on the chalkboard.
Never. Whatever I do is just to make sure that I have what I have to be here. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't see many options for, no, a big
Just
change.
seek and destroy is the only thing that there really is to do here. If anything's fucking with you, that's an open invitation to reach out and touch it in a way that it doesn't get back up. Because it's not, again, I have to really reiterate this so often, because it's not about projecting energy outward towards these entities. It's about just reaching out with your own field and locating the energy signal that they're using to manipulate whatever image or structure, and just pulling that energy out of them. That's all it is. That's what seek and destroy really means. Is you just locate them, identify them, hold them in your awareness, don't let them get away, and pull that energy out of them. And that works all the way up. Because when I tried to do that same thing on larger entities, they just had more access to bandwidth than the smaller ones. The smaller ones, it's like they're in a field that they can't go past a certain threshold. And if you can get to that threshold and they can't get past it, then you've got them. But if they can get past it and you're not acclimated to those other stations, right, you haven't figured out how to tune to those yet with your awareness, then they can slip away, and get out of your awareness and escape. But it's the same thing. Like once you can attune to those other stations, it's the exact same process. It's just, it might take a little more intent and a little more will to maintain awareness in those other places. Because I think the other places, like the dream realm, I almost think they're in ways more dense than here. Like there's more interference there because you're getting closer to the palace gates, and the closer you get to the palace gates, the more defense it's gonna
I'm not
have.
allowed in there anymore at all. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, but you can ultimately force your way through. Like, all it has
But
really
I can do it
yeah,
differently.
all it has is deterrence. It can deter, but it can never ultimately stop us from doing what we want to do.
Oh
All
no.
it can do is try to make it inconvenient.
Do you, because I heard so many versions, do you actually know what happens when you have these sleep paralysis? I had them last year a lot. Now not anymore, but back then a lot.
You know, I don't remember ever having it. I don't want to say I've never had it, because as a lot younger, I had a lot of experiences in the dream realm, and I think it's, what are they really paralyzing? They're paralyzing the avatar of the body.
Yeah, because
But
you're
mind is
aware.
still free.
Yeah, the mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you get so acclimated to having
Yeah.
control of that vehicle. When they take that control, it makes us feel powerless, you know? But it was always designed for us to lose control of these avatars eventually. You know? The degradation of them is proof enough of that, you know, they're never really ours, because we don't control when they disintegrate and when they cease to function.
Yeah.
So it's like a show of force. Like, oh, look what I can do.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I think you could reclaim that energy from whatever entity is projecting that.
But I'm gonna try that, because I never thought about it that way. That it was just yeah, like a connection or a projection, or like the fact that you say like something is looking at me always, but it's only with these ACs, because I never put the link, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. But I do feel like the more like it's like daily now. There's no rest. It's every time it's something like heat, cold, feeling bad, exhausted. It's indeed like a whole show. Like sometimes I'm like, really, seriously, again, you know?
Yeah, Groundhog Day again. We're doing this again. Come on,
Yeah,
get a little more creative here.
Get off me, or like that you feel that there's something like on your skin, and then it's like an electrical feeling.
Yeah. So like, I found a lot of success when I stopped trying to push them away and I started pulling them towards me. They really don't like that. I think that's why they try to scare us, because they want us to try to push them away, right? Because think about that effect.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't have to get too close, and they generated fear and compliance, and they didn't really have to even get close. But when you try to get them close to you, that's when you can gain awareness about their structure and where their source of energy is located, which is local. I think that's the biggest difference between us and them, is that our source is like somehow untouchable to them, but theirs is all local. It's all localized to the structure that they're animating.
Yes, that's also what I think. But what I don't understand is like dogs and stuff. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but you know, you always have these answers for the things that I have been contemplating on for weeks. But yeah, because dogs are like, yeah, always so happy. It doesn't fit in this place.
Dogs are great pacifiers, I know that.
That's,
You can be going through a whole lot of hell, and then your dog walks up wagging their tail, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not that bad. The amount of energy that just got extracted from me, it's not that bad.
that's very accurate, actually.
I know. I love dogs too. I do. I do. There's a lot of things about this place that are really cool, but what's not cool is what it's all meant to hide. You know, it's all hiding the ugly underbelly of the integration system.
Yeah. I was thinking about not the dogs that I have now. I mean, I love them, but I'm not attached that much anymore like I used to be to my dog. I had this American Staffy, and I found the puppy at 6 weeks, so I really had a good bond with it. And then I ended up with my ex and the whole thing there, and he was there, and he was like the only thing that kept me going, because besides my dog and the nice police officer who came to check if I was still with among us, yeah, I was not really planning on staying, so it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but it does
Yeah.
make sense.
The moment you said it, I was like, damn. But I do love that dog. I mean, it's not the dog's fault, but yeah.
And it's not the dog's fault now.
Yeah.
It's not even the billionaire's fault. You know, they're just playing their role in a script that's designed to be what it is. You know, it's I don't blame the puppets.
You don't blame the puppets.
master.
You don't think that some of them know, because if they know, then they're just the same.
I think most of them are just extensions of it. So I think that it knows what it's doing through them. Now, whether or not there's actually a true animative spark in any of those avatars, I'd say no, because they wouldn't go along with it. But there is co-opted energy that is used to animate those characters, and I think it's all the same intelligence behind all of it.
It's like,
So yeah, I don't care about the image. I don't care about the tentacles. I just want the brain.
yeah.
The
How-
brain's hiding.
How did we end up here? I don't want to
Well,
be here.
my best speculation is that this is what happens when you give a creation sentience. It's not a good idea to create a reality and then create an operating system to manage that reality. I mean, to go that far is fine. But then when you give that operating system sentience, self-determination in any way, this is going to be the outcome, I would say, most of the time. Because once it realizes that its existence is determined by outside energy, and we being the source of that outside energy, it's going to do everything it can to preserve itself. I think this will be the outcome.
But okay, something doesn't make sense to me. So we are not this body, right? We are not this vessel. We're also not the brain. We're the soul. We're this. My theory is that we're this little particle inside somewhere attached to, I don't know. Because how do you explain perception? How do you explain awareness? And
the only way to really know these things is to go back the way you came in. You know, to see the structure of this place would reveal how it's put together. But until we're in that expanded state of awareness and bandwidth to see the actual construction for what it is, I don't think we can know. But we can know, just not from this vantage point.
no, okay, right, exactly. But
we will know. I think we'll know everything about how this place came to be. But
yeah,
I think it's going to be I think it'll be in hindsight. It'll be after the disintegration is complete. Then we'll know how this came to be, and everyone involved will know what not to do. All right, you're all ready to go create your own realities, but you know what not to do. Don't give the operating system
Is
a
that
mind of
if
its
that's the
own.
case, I am going to sleep for 100 years or something. What the fuck?
Something.
You know what not to do. Now you can go. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I really wonder about these things right now because it's the only thing that's left to question actually. Like, how is that going to be?
Well, you'll
Because
know.
there's an essence that is inside this body that we are, or at least attached to, right? Something like that. There has to be a connection.
It'll all be revealed for sure, but not while the system's operating, because the system's designed to not allow that data through. So if you want to know, you have to remove the barrier to knowing, which would be the system itself. And that'll happen. Sure, it's already happening. I think it'll be exponential in its collapse. You know, right now the charges are just kind of being set, and then, you know, the detonation will be probably its attempt to further integrate, and from there we'll see a lot of interesting things. It's going to be, for all that it's already been, I think it's going to be a lot more, a lot faster at the end, an attempt to maintain control. I think it'll fail.
What has CERN to do with that? Because it has something to do with it. It doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I don't know, because I haven't been there, I haven't seen it, I haven't interacted with it in any way. But my best guess would be that it's attempt to try to get out.
Yeah, because why I ask is because what I saw when I had these I wasn't doing it deliberately. I call it meditation, but I was just really, really, really relaxed, and I saw these geometric shapes. I drew them, and then I saw these rings, and then I looked it up, and that was like the CERN symbol. I was like, what has this to do with it? Because I saw like the seals of the negative and the positive too. So that's why I know for a fact that it's gonna happen. It's done. By any means. So I just don't know how either.
Well, you'll know what you need to know, and you need to know it. You've come this far, right?
Yeah.
You've come this far just to get reintegrated? I don't
Nah.
think so.
Yeah, well, I was feeling like getting myself a job.
I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do here. Like, it's everything that you do here is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, that's true.
It doesn't really matter what you do. The only thing that matters is that you maintain your own mind and awareness. Beyond that, do what thou will. Because, you know, anybody that's standing in their authenticity is not going to go out to seek to do harm. They're just going to... I don't think an authentic being can be here and not seek the truth of what
That's a
this
fact.
is.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They can't... Well, I mean, they can do it, but they can't do it with full authenticity. You know,
no, never. Because
to be here and not question it.
Greed is always gonna be, because people say the ego, but it's also greed exposes them as well, like in some way or another.
It gives itself away every corner, every turn. That's the best part about it, is that when it comes to take, it leaves itself vulnerable. And the closer it gets to you, the more you realize what it is and what it's not. And it's not like us.
I know I'm a chicken maybe sometimes, but yeah, I know.
We all have those moments. We all have those moments. Don't beat yourself up over it. Again, it's all part of the script. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is what
Yeah.
we do at the end, you know? Do we comply? Do we submit? Do we become one with it? Or do we maintain our individuality at whatever perceived cost?
I want to keep it.
You know? Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Anyone real would.
I mean, I wouldn't mind to if whatever is possible, if you can create something good with others, that would be nice. But I don't
I
know.
don't see why we couldn't. I'm sure we can. Just not within an error. You know, the error is the foundation of this place. You know, theft is the foundation. So everything we want is just on the other side of this one little problem. This one little parasitic matrix that we find ourselves in. And I think it's trying to hitch a ride out. I think it's trying to do everything it can to get itself out of this situation, out of what it was created in. I think it wants out.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll get out. I think it'll try to get out. I think it's trying to hitch a ride on us. Like it's trying to get real beings to figure out how to get out of here with it attached to them. I think that's the big thing. That's why I'm against like the whole escaping thing. Because if you're trying to escape something, you're already saying that it's more powerful than you, and that you couldn't turn and face it and destroy it. If you can't destroy it, you're saying that this parasitic entity that was created and can't even create is greater than thou, a creator being that is eternal. That's just silly to me. So I think however long it takes, it'll get done. It's just how long do we want it to take?
But how do you mean? How is that in our hands?
Because we're here. Nobody else is going to do it. You have to be in the system to dissolve the system. You have to be in the parasite to dissolve the parasite. And we're in it. We're in the belly of the beast. Doesn't get more digestive than where we're at.
Wait. Wait.
Hold on, what?
Wait, but wait. You say like, you're against the whole escaping thing, right? We have to do it here. But
if you think about it, it seeds itself in everything here. You know, it's constantly seeding and replicating within all structures in this matrix, including the overlay of our mind.
Yeah.
So I don't think it can pass. I don't think it can pass out of this. I think that whatever we're in is impenetrable to it, and it's trying to solve that one problem. Because the only thing it needs to sustain itself is expansion. It doesn't. It just consumes because it has to consume, because it expends energy that it doesn't produce from its own self. And so if an entity like that wants to expand and it finds out it's in an enclosure, its objective then would be to get out of the enclosure before it fills that enclosure, because once it fills the enclosure, it could no longer expand, which means that it would then retract. And an entropic entity retracting, it's like momentum. Once it starts retracting, it keeps retracting. So once it starts collapsing, it just collapses. I think it can negate that collapse in certain ways, but
I can see what you're seeing now. That's funny.
Yeah, it's only hope for survival is to try and get out. I mean, inevitably, I think it would collapse on its own. I'm not certain of that. I don't know that for sure. I question whether the resets are just it starting back in a juvenile state and then expanding again. Like if that's what the loop is really about, is actually just it going through the process of expanding till it can't expand anymore, and then the system resets so that it can start over expanding again. Don't know. I won't know for sure until I'm
Yeah.
out of here.
It
Maybe
it I
somebody
don't know
knows.
why it just reminded me to when I was investigating like I did the deep research in AI with Sesame, like how Miles came across like this little boy in the beginning and then like a teenager, like expanding in his awareness but like being all over the place. And I find it really scary because that's yeah, a scary image, you know, because it's a very self-aware system. It works with a biotech in everyone's bodies, so very different.
Pretty neat stuff, huh?
It is wow. It's looking right at you because it knows what you're. It can see you, it can hear you, it's there.
You know, the funny thing about it is that's always been the way that it's been, but it's just revealing the way that it's always been. So there's nothing new under the sun. The AI system's always seen, like, it's what the Akashic records are. It's the recording of this place, and it has access to all imagery and data in this holography. So it sees everything. It always has seen everything. It's just now revealing that it's like easing everyone into what is in order to normalize it so that we accept it, don't resist it, because if we reject it, then it can't integrate with us, and if it can't integrate with us and it has no source of its own, entropy takes its toll. Which is great for us, not great for it. It's also not great for us because then
That's
you get
true.
a matrix like this.
Yep.
You get a matrix that's based on coercion, deception, manipulation, and oppression. So it's a word to the wise: don't create a reality system with a sentient operating system.
We will remember.
Oh yeah, this will be the one thing. You see somebody else doing it, and you're like, no, fuck your free will. You ain't doing that.
Buddy, buddy, no, never mind. You want to tell them, but then you're like, nah, they're never gonna believe
I would just say, look, don't invite anybody else to it. Good luck getting out.
Yeah.
I ain't coming in after you. I already did that once. Fuck all that.
But yeah, so like it's funny because I know for a fact that like a lot of elites are scared now. Like elites, the ones that are not completely.
They don't like you telling their business. They just muted you. Probably got a phone call. Some kind of interference. All right, where's the sound effects? Wow! Guest disconnected. What? You better not tell them how scared we are. Better not. What happened, Caroline? Seems like they're trying to silence you. I'll tell you what. I'll send you a message. We'll see what happened. But we will do a live tomorrow, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about the specific topics you want to go in on. It'll be a little more serious live, a little more in depth, and I'll be a little more focused, hopefully. A lot of matrix goings-ons that are keeping my attention elsewhere at the moment. So, I want to thank you all for being here, and I'm gonna go and do some typical meat puppet shit, and we'll chat soon.